Okay, this is it. Another great and exciting afternoon to all. I'm Coach JR Leana Beturbo, Education and Club Development Chair of the Philippine Floorball Association. Coach Ferdy, I think you're muted. Coach Ferdy, you may turn on your microphone. There you go.
Ayan,
All right.
okay,
Let's have the
sis.
take two, Coach Ferdy, because I think
Okay.
we need to do this once again. All
All
right.
right. Yeah.
Okay, let's go on. This is it. Another great and exciting afternoon to all. I'm Coach JR Leana Beturbo, Education and Club Development Chair of the Philippine Floorball Association.
And I'm Coach Ferdinand Buenaventura, board member of the Philippine Floorball Association, and we are your host for today's program.
Yes. And we welcome you to the Philippine Floorball Association Conference 2022. This is a partnership program, of course, by the association and OneFaceEd.ph.
Yes, that's right, Coach JR. We in PFA see this as a perfect opportunity to gather as a floorball community together with friends and soon to be friends because we have participants in
Yes.
the field of teaching, LGU, DepEd, and other organizations.
Yes, Coach Ferdy. That's why we want to make this opportunity meaningful to everyone and to ensure that participants will ignite their interest to include floorball as one of their offerings in their PE curriculum, school interest clubs, LGU sports activities, or even a wellness activity in a corporate setup or in their school together with their fellow co-teachers or partners in the school setup community.
Yes, Coach JR, this is a very good wellness and recreation activity actually for a corporate setup. Coach JR, I'm extremely excited to hear the speakers with the topics that they will share to us.
So do I, Coach Ferdy. But before we formally proceed to the actual program, let's welcome our participants for this afternoon. We are here in the OneFaceEd.ph Zoom meeting room, and we are streaming live via OneFaceEd.ph YouTube channel. That's why for all those who are watching us live, kindly share to your social media accounts the link of our conference today so for your fellow teachers and friends can also join us to learn with our topic or our program for this afternoon.
Yeah, so Coach JR, I would like to greet some of our friends who are tuning in to us right now. Okay, so I'm checking the participant list. Okay, let me just give some shout out to some of our the participants. Okay, so
Yes, we
I'm
have lots of participants in the here in via Zoom and some are there in YouTube live.
yes,
So I'll
coach.
help you, Coach Ferdy.
Okay,
So do you
coach.
want to
Yeah.
greet some of our friends here via Zoom?
So I see some familiar names here. Shout out to Coach Jonah or Mom Jonah Ventanilla. Hi, Coach. Or hi, Mom. Hope all is well. So, Coach JR, it's your turn.
Yes, actually, as we are preparing a while ago, no, I've seen
Mm-hmm.
already some of familiar names, and I thank all those supporters, members of OneFaceEd.ph because I sent
Mm-hmm.
an email to them to join us and to discover
Okay.
floorball. At the same time, I just wanna greet some of our friends also there in YouTube Live who's not in via Zoom, but they are attending via YouTube Live. We have some friends like Sir Federico A. Ceribo, yeah, he's always attending our professional development trainings in
Wow,
OneFaceEd.ph.
that's
He's
very
from
nice.
Southern Luzon State University. And another friend of mine from La Sobel, also thank you for attending this afternoon, Miss Lisa Joy Picho. Right? That's
Oh,
why, Coach Ferdy, we
yes,
have a
Coach.
simple request. I know this is also your request, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah.
We in Philippine Floorball Association would like
Mm.
to share the gift of floorball to everyone. Like that's why
Yes.
we have the hashtag floorball for all. Therefore, if you're watching with us now via Zoom, via YouTube, and you're here with us via Zoom, Kindly share to your friends, to your fellow teachers, to your BPE students, or even your students the link of our program for this afternoon, because one thing is certain, I firmly believe that this can help them or this can benefit them if they will be able to experience what floorball is.
Yes,
Okay?
Coach JR. So once again, hashtag floorball for all.
Yes,
Okay?
or and hashtag Pilipinas Floorball
Floorball.
Movement. All right.
Okay, all right.
Okay. So to formally start the program, let's put ourselves in the holy presence of God through a prayer song to be followed by the Philippine National Anthem.
Our Heavenly Father, the fount of all goodness and grace, the cause of wisdom, the source of intelligence, we welcome you, O Lord, to this auspicious gathering of your beloved, who continuously give you thanks for every opportunity to learn something new and become fruitful to the works of your creation. We humbly come to you, not because we are worthy, but because we find ourselves in need of you, who is our strength and our hope, to continue despite the challenges we face in health, prosperity, and our solidarity with one another. We pray that today's gathering, made possible by the grace of advancements in technology and social media, become successful in its endeavors, so we can offer it back to you as our humble offering to honor you, glorify you, and love you through our deeper connection with everyone. May we find bliss in today's session and become more productive children and co-creators of the earth. This we ask and pray through Christ our Lord. Amen.
Mga kababayan, ang pambansang awit ng Pilipinas. Kayang magiliw, telas ng silanganan, alam ng puso, sa dibdib mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, tuyag ka ng magiting, sa manlulupin, di ka masisingil, sa nagagang tutok sa simoy at sa langit mong pagaw, ay hinatang tulad, awit sa paglayang minamahal. Ang isang ng matawad mo'y tagumpay na nagkikinig, ang bituin at araw niya kailan ang may di magkikinig. Luman ang araw ng walang pagsinta, buhay ng sa piling mo. Ang ligaya ng pagkay mga aking, ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
Okay, so to give us an opening remarks, let's welcome Mr. Thomas Erickson, President of the International Floorball Federation.
Uh, Hi, all floorball friends in the Philippines. I have greetings as IFF President from the International Floorball Federation. I wish you full success in your seminars and in your activities. I want to highlight that what is really important in the Philippines is to keep on being fully affiliated with the Filipino Olympic Committee and all the sports authorities. And it is also very important to stress that we in the International Floorball Federation highly appreciate all the developments that you have done already so far, taking part in all the staged IFF events and in all the multisport events. And that is also really important that you keep on going on the international level, both in the floorball events, in the World Floorball Championships, but also in the Continental Games. And I do hope that we will soon fulfill all the criteria in the Southeast Asia Game, the SEA Games Charter, in the upcoming events, and we are also looking forward to the first edition of the Asia Indoor Martial Art Games 2023 in Bangkok and Chonburi in Thailand. So once again from my side, full success with your seminar. Thank you very much. Regards, IFF President Thomas Eriksson.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas Eriksson, our very own International Floorball Federation President. Indeed, even our international governing body is really in full support for the Philippine Floorball Association programs and activities. At this point, let's call Mr. John Liljelund. I'm not sure if I pronounce it right. Mr. John Liljelund, International Floorball Federation Secretary General, to give us his keynote message.
So, thank you very much for inviting me to participate virtually in your coaching education in the Philippines. From the IFF, we think it's extremely important that you are continually developing the sport and trying to do the utmost of it. And the development of coaches and education of coaches is a very important part of that process. In floorball, one of the main targets of the development is, of course, to close the gap. So we really look forward to you working hard in the development of the coaching staff to be able to have more coaches, better coaches, who can then teach floorball and also teach the basic skills of the sport to your players and developing the sport from that. We also hope that you will have a successful seminar and looking forward to see more coaches coming and also maybe in the future see the great performance of the Philippines team both in the Asian, Oceanian competitions but also in the World Floorball Championships in Zurich in November 2022. So I wish you the best of luck for the event and hope to see you all soon. Thank you very much.
Okay, so that's our IFF Secretary General. Thank you, Mr. John Liljeland. Indeed, what an overwhelming feeling that the International Floorball Federation recognized us or recognized this event and give their support.
Yes, you are right, Coach Ferdy. And by the way, to all the participants that we have for this afternoon, Sir John conducted already a coaching training or a coaching workshop here in the Philippines 2016. And
Wow.
I firmly believe Mr. Thomas Eriksson, our IFF president, visited already the Philippines during the Southeast Asian Games. That's why this is a perfect opportunity. We know that the restrictions in this pandemics are, much more easy than before. Therefore, this is a perfect opportunity to engage new friends to be in floorball. All right.
Okay.
So, Coach Ferdy, having them part of our program today really provides boost to us all to continue our mission to share to many Filipinos the sport floorball. Right, Coach Ferdy?
Right, Coach. But Coach, before we proceed, can you share to us how you see the floorball development in recent years?
Yeah, thank you for that for that opportunity, Coach Ferdy, to share. And I'm truly blessed. Like one of my social media posts a couple of days ago, I am blessed to have the opportunity to be engaged in Philippine Floorball Association. If I'm not mistaken, that's a year 2013 or 2014 through our very own president, Mr. Ralph Andrew Ramos, when he shared floorball in La Salle Sobel. And from that time on, I was, really interested to be engaged. And there are a lot of trainings that we conducted already before the pandemic, 2015, 16, 17, 18. Professional development trainings, not only for coaching, but also for refereeing. And also we have tournaments, the Philippine Floorball League. We have that. I think we are already on their 6th or 7th Philippine Floorball League before the pandemic. And the good thing is that the floorball development tournaments, which is for the younger generation, we're doing it since 2016. And I think before the pandemic, we made two conduct already a 17 under Philippine Floorball League. And aside from that, we have tournaments for kids, 12 years old and below, 15 years old and below. And we are pretty much excited to have more of those as we go back to all the activities that we prepare this 2022 and beyond. So, and in addition, Coach Ferdy, I just want to add that the Philippine Floorball Association managed already to host international tournaments. One of those is the Asia Oceania Floorball Cup 2019 and the Southeast Asian Games 2019 for floorball. And the good thing today, this afternoon, we are about to witness the stories of our friends in the Philippine Floorball Association who will be sharing to us the journey, of course, of our national team, the men's and the women's national team, and of course, to give us understanding about the goals and vision of the Philippine Floorball Association.
Yes, Coach. I can't wait for those stories to be shared, no? And with that, with that sharing of yours, I can say that I'm blessed to be part of Philippine Floorball Association and with the work we are doing now. I envision to have more clubs joining the programs and activities of our association.
Yes, Coach Ferdy, and I hope that this conference will ignite interest for participants to put up their own club with the support, of course, of the Philippine Floorball Association. This conference is just the beginning, and we are planning to have more series of professional development to ensure that those who will have interest to put up their own club will be given an opportunity by the Philippine Floorball Association for coaching, for refereeing, for managing tournaments, and many more.
Wow, that sounds very exciting. So, Coach JR, let's not keep the audience waiting. Let's
Yes.
start with our first speaker for this afternoon. So, to deliver the topic, floorball as sport, let's all welcome Mr. Marco Angelo Ortiz, PFA Vice President.
Welcome, Coach Marco.
Virtual clap, virtual applause.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone, and I'm very excited today. And thank you, Coach JR and Coach Ferdy, for the invite. I am very much enthusiastic to see that we have a lot of participants today, and again, I am very excited for the future of floorball.
Yes, Coach Marco, and indeed, we are also excited, especially for our new participants, to discover what the sport floorball is. So you may now proceed with your presentation. Thank you.
Okay. Sige. So siguro I will start off with saying nakita naman natin kanina that there was a message from our IFF president, si Thomas Erickson, and si John Leland. Yun ang pagkaka-pronounce. Silent yung J and E. Leland. Okay. Yeah. So itong dalawang taong ito, they have always been very supportive of us, and also they always try to give us the opportunities that we need to develop the sport of floorball. When it comes to sino ba sila, pwede natin silang tignan as katumbas ng, as we all know, ang sport na kilala natin is yung tumatakbo ngayon is FIBA by basketball. No? So si Thomas Erickson, ang katumbas niya ay yung presidente ng FIBA. No? Pero syempre sa sport of floorball. So yung ganun ka bigat, no? Ganun ka bigat. And also at the same time, I would like to explain kung bakit ganun yung setup nila. No? So recently, nasa Amerika sila, nagkaroon ng World Games. No? So hinost ng Amerika ang World Games which is why kung makikita nyo dun sa background nila, meron silang mga standees or mga tarps ng World Games. No? So yun yung nangyari. So recently concluded, nag-champion ng Sweden, and congratulations. Si John pala, ang ating Secretary General, ay Finnish. So he's from Finland. And then si Thomas Eriksson, kung hindi ako nagkakamali, siya naman ay Swedish. No? So bakit importante yung dalawang bansa na yan? Mamaya makikita nyo doon sa slides na naihanda ko para sa inyo ngayong hapon na ito, kung bakit importante ang Sweden and Finland. Okay. So siguro gusto ko lang pasalamat. Nakikita ko meron tayong Palawan State University, meron sa Cavite, no? I'm very excited kasi ang ganda ng mga programa natin na inahanda para sa mga possibly na bubuo ng mga kani-kanilang mga clubs, no? And then also I would like to say good afternoon and thank you sa mga nandiyan sa live stream. Welcome kayong lahat sa Floorball. Wala po tayong pinipiling edad at wala po tayong pinipiling kasarian, no? So ang Floorball ay welcome para sa lahat. No? So may nag-message kamag-anak ko nagpapa-shoutout. Sorry, si Carl Eugenio, ayan. Oo. Yan. So tsaka yung iba, si Tito Ricky, ingat kayo pauwi. Alright. So si Tito Ricky, thank you very much. Okay. So sige, start na rin siguro natin. I will share my screen and then I will start my presentation. Wait, how do I share? Share screen. Yan. Okay ba? Tama, Coach Ferdy? Tama yung Okay. Yeah. So, floorball as a sport. So, i-discuss lang naman natin dito is basically, ano ba yung floorball and how it started and kamusta ba tayo dito sa Pilipinas? No? So, simulan natin. So, dito sa mga terms na ito, makikita natin na ang floorball ay iba-iba ang tawag sa iba-ibang bansa. No? So possibly, the floorball term has been developed. No? So from Finland, ang ginagamit nilang tawag sa floorball ay salibandy. Sali meaning yung hall, and yung bandy is a club bent at the lower part for striking a ball. So meaning to say, ito yung stick. No? So ang tawag na dyan is club, pero kadalasan tawag natin dito stick. So ito yung stick. So Sweden, ang tawag nila is innebandy. So inne means in or inside. And then bandy, same as Finland, it's a stick to hit the ball with. So Switzerland, ang tawag ng Swiss floorball ay uni hockey. So again, ang hockey, familiar naman tayo eh. Ang kadalasan nating nakikita is ice hockey or field hockey. No? Sikat ang field hockey when it comes to the Asian countries. But here in the Philippines, medyo nagbe-build up pa yung sport. No? So it's not as developed compared to like let's say in Singapore or Indonesia, wherein talagang pagka sinabi mong indoor hockey or field hockey, meron na silang mga set na clubs and teams na lumalaban. So sa ice hockey tayo, very familiar tayo kasi dito sa Pilipinas meron na tayo national team ng ice hockey. And also at the same time, matagal-tagal na rin ang ice hockey dito sa Pilipinas. So I think early 90s meron na tayong ice hockey. So I myself have started with ice hockey. I was a national team athlete nung kabataan, no? So hindi pa yung so bata pa ako nung mga 1990s, no? So nasa mga grade school pa ako nung lumabang kami sa competitions abroad. Ayan. So which is why also ang floorball ay malapit sa puso ko kasi kung titignan, ang floorball at ice hockey ay very similar, no? So when you play floorball or when you used to play ice hockey and then shifted to floorball, makikita mo the shift wasn't too hard. It's just that hindi na ako gumagamit ng ice skates or rollerblades kung tawagin sa ibang hockey, no? Ayan. So sa rest of the world, ang tawag sa floorball ay floorball. No? So yung kapag when you when you go outside and when you talk about floorball, it's a general term. Floorball is a general term. It's not the hockey anymore. It's floorball. No. Ayan. So, sabi, saan daw ba nagsimula ang floorball? No? So, there are certain origins na kung tawagin. Isa dito ay sa USA. No? So, nung sa USA, 1960s, tinatawag itong Cosom hockey. Cosom kasi merong gumawa ng stick na ang pangalan ay Cosom. So, naging Cosom hockey siya. So, bakit nabuo yung Cosom hockey sa USA? It could have been a bunch of different stories. And one of it is probably they were playing ice hockey and then they couldn't find the place to play. Then they formed something of similar. Dito sa Amerika, sa Canada, yan, they really love to play ice hockey. So talagang kahit sa kalye makikita mo, no, imbis na katulad dito sa Pilipinas, makikita mo sa mga kalye naglalaro mga basketball, may mga maliliit na basketball court. Sa Amerika, sa Canada, makikita mo yung mga bata maglalabas ng goal, maglalabas ng stick, maglalabas ng bola. And then doon, naglalaro sila. Yun yung kadalasang ginagawa nila. But of course, syempre hindi mawawala yung basketball. So meron din mga street basketball kung tawagin. So the floorball we now know started with Sweden, Finland, and Switzerland. So 1970. So kung tutusin, noong mga panahon na yan, talagang mahilig na rin talaga sila sa hockey. Pero ang nangyari is that, syempre, ang hockey is hindi pa gaano uso yung mga halls dati na may ice, ano? So, ang nangyayari dati, ice hockey was played outside. Syempre, hindi pa naman mahal pa yung to form skating rink kung saan makakalaro ng ice hockey. So, hindi pa ganun ka-feasible sa lahat ng area. So, anong ginawa nila is winter time, naglalaro sila ice hockey kasi kahit saan, no? Kunyari, swimming pool area or pond or rivers, no, nagfe-freeze yan pagdating ng winter. So after ng winter is natutunaw na yung mga yelo. So naisip nila, bakit ba tayo nagtitiis ng hindi tayo naglalaro? Pwede naman tayo maglaro. So ayan, dyan nila nabuo yung floorball, no? And then sa association or sa federation na kung saan miyembro ang ating association, ang Philippine Floorball Clubs Association, yung nagsalita kanina, si John and si Thomas, yan yung tinatawag International Floorball Federation, which started in 1986, no? And then spread after by different groups. So pinakalat na nila sa iba-ibang bansa yung sport, no? So from there, ano ba yung floorball as a worldwide sport? Ano ba yung mga nakikita natin? So what is floorball? Floorball is fast, it's very entertaining, and it's easily spread, no? So from 1986, nag-start off siya with 3 countries, which was Switzerland, Finland, and Sweden. And now, 2022, kasama na tayo. Naglalaro na tayo ng floorball. Kung tutusin, meron ng 80 playing countries. So, pero more yung groups na miyembro ng IFF na ni-recognize. Bakit more? Kasi, syempre, like the Philippines when we started, hindi naman tayo naglaro kagad eh. No? So, ang nangyari, nag-form muna tayo ng groups wherein saan natin maituturo yung floorball. And then, from there, tsaka kumalat. No? So, kumalat ng lugar. So, kung hindi ako nagkakamali, nasa 200 na yata ang different registration sa IFF. Okay? So, sa floorball as a sport worldwide, meron na tayong representations from different countries like Europe, Asia sa atin, no? And then Australia, America, Africa, and then continuously it's still spreading. But ideally, to spread the sport, we already have representations from all the continents in the world, no, on Earth. Ayan. So ano daw ba yung benefits ng floorball, no? So una-una, it's easy to start to play, no? Madaling-madali lang. So nung nangyari yan, nung nag-start ang floorball, ganyan din naman yan eh. No? So same lang yan. Same lang sa nangyari sa kanila, yun din yung nangyayari sa atin. And then there's no need for big investment in equipment. So basically, what you need is just athletic attire and then the stick. No? So yan lang yung una nating kailangan. But syempre, yung bola, yung bola, meron tayong official balls na ginagamit for floorball, which will be discussed later. But to start playing, syempre hindi mo naman kung makikipaglaro ka sa iba, kailangan nyo ng bola. But on your own, as an individual, to start playing, you only need an athletic attire and then also the stick. So no previous experience needed. This can be attested to by one of our national team members when we first hosted the international tournament in Binyan, Laguna. Meron tayo doon part of the national team, si Alexander, kung hindi ako nagkakamali. He didn't have any prior experience, pero nasa national team siya. But he was an athlete talaga, natural athlete talaga yung bata. So naglaro siya ng football and then na-include siya sa national team pagpunta nila dito sa Pilipinas. So the faster the game is played, the more the skill in stick handling comes into play. So basically, the stick handling will be learned when you get to play and when you get to move around. No? So, but in reality, if you hold the stick and you know how to run, then that's all you need. So that's very easy. No? And then it can be played by men, women, boys, girls, and starting to spread in the PWD committee. So we have seen, and we have also tried to let the PWD committee, we have let them try to play floorball. So nakita natin yung excitement nila sa paglalaro, and also nakita rin natin na talagang pagka-Pilipino, natural athlete talaga eh. No? So talagang yung competitive nature natin lumalabas, no? Kahit hindi natin alam laruin, talagang laban ang nangyayari. No? So can be played by men. Meron tayong grupo na mga puro lalaki, meron tayong grupo na puro babae. Pero when it comes to just regular play, we don't take notice kung babae ka or lalaki ka or bata ka. No? So laro lang. No? So napagsasama natin yung mga lalaki at saka babae sa paglalaro. So again, as an exercise or as a club, this could be good for us. No? And then can be played in almost everywhere, even in extreme surroundings like the beach, snow, ice. But syempre, these would require you to have a little bit more of other equipments. But when it comes to the beach, pwede eh. Pwede. We have seen that before. Merong mga small tournaments na ginagawa yung mga ibang associations or ibang federations sa ibang countries na kung saan tinatry nilang gumawa ng mga small tournaments sa beach or sa grass. Tinatry nila yan. You know? So, ganyan ka-flexible ang sport na floorball. Alright? So, floorball is a worldwide sport. So, it's... ito na yung kanina. Sorry. Okay. So, floorball in the Philippines, I will not go too deep on this kasi I think it will be discussed later by a few of our speakers. No? But it started in the early 2000s in the Ateneo de Manila. So, Ateneo de Manila is a Catholic school wherein merong mga brothers and missionaries na nagpupunta. So, for of course, these are foreigners na galing sa mga countries na kung saan they use sports as a means to spread word about their religion and also to spread the good news of the Lord. No? So, dinala ang floorball sa Ateneo. So, nagdala sila ng equipment nun. Pero, hindi siya gaano nagamit kasi hindi nagkaroon ng club ang Ateneo. Ayan. So, in 2010, we conducted a seminar to introduce floorball in a much larger group. So, ito, again, missionaries din ito. No? But of a different religion. These are Christians, no? Born-again Christians, if I'm not mistaken, which is very different from the Catholics na nagpunta sa Ateneo. So, noong 2010, dito nagsimula ang floorball, where our club or our association president, si Mr. Ralph Ramos, ay membro ng church group na yan. No? So 2010 to 2019, we've had weekly tournaments, seminars, educational tours, and also yung mga international competitions. No? So nandiyan na yung AOFC 2019 in preparation for the Southeast Asian Games, and then the 2019 Southeast Asian Games. No? So wherein magkakasama kami nila Coach JR na binuo yung event ng floorball sa SEA Games. So in 2014, diyan unang lumaban ang team natin, national team ng Philippine Floorball sa Singapore. So yan yung tinatawag na Southeast Asia Floorball Cup. Ginanap yan sa Singapore. So Singapore, meron na silang floorball since 1990s. So which is talagang nauuna na talaga sila sa atin, no? But I'm happy to say, no, dahil diyan sa mga tulong nila sa pagbuo ng mga competition, sa mga liga, nagkaroon na ng 2015 SEA Games, no? So ang naipadala lang natin nung time na yan is the men's team, no? But fortunately for us, meron naman tayong team, kaya lang talagang nagkulang tayo sa time sa preparation. Now, in 2021, ito na yung exciting part. Nabigyan tayo ng opportunity to compete in the World Floorball Championships. So, World Floorball Championships, ang katumbas nito, again, i-compare ko ito sa basketball na kung saan very familiar tayong lahat. Well, I'm assuming na very familiar tayo lahat. No? So mainit na mainit sa balita, ang World Floorball Championships, ang katumbas niyan ay the FIBA World Cup. No? So ganyan yan kabigat. No? So unfortunately, hindi tayo technically what do you call this? Hindi tayo nag-qualify for the 2021. Pero dahil nung pandemic, nagkaroon ng opportunity ang Philippine national team. Bakit? Kasi may mga ibang teams na nag-back out. No? Hindi sila nag-send ng team. So tayo yung nabigyan ng opportunities kasi tayo yung next in line. Ayan. So in 2022, just recently concluded, nitong June, nag-qualify na tayo finally ng World Floorball Championships, which will be held in Switzerland ngayong November. So that our national team, we are currently in preparation for our competition in Switzerland on November. Okay? So ngayon naman, ang PFA Floorball. So itong data taken from the last IFF submission. So we have a number of club, 6, and the number of players, 275. Female under 18, 31. Male under 18, 46. Female above 18, 47, male above 18, 151, and then we have other recreational players, 28. So itong count na to, binabase lang natin to sa active playing. So we are more than that. No? Definitely we are more than that. If we get the reach if we get the reach as much as possible, kung nasaan yung mga possible na maglalaro at yung mga dating naglalaro, this number can easily rise. We can already double or triple it easily. Yeah. So ang floorball clubs na meron ng Pilipinas ngayon ay we have the UP Floorball, UMAC Hardy Herons, UANP, DLSC or De La Salle Zobel, which is also handled by the USFC under Coach JR, De La Salle University College, De La Salle Araneta University, Online Factory Orcas, John Dewey Outliers, Proverbs, Ateneo Assumption, Gonzales Estate, St. Jude Cavite, LSGH or La Salle Green Hills, Philippine Normal University, Gian Eastern Samar, University of San Carlos, and Durian City of Thorns. So kung titignan natin, dito pa lang sa listahan na to, medyo maganda na yung reach natin. Pero syempre, we are not stopping there. So we have a lot of work to do. Ngayon, if we are to be asked, is floorball workable when it comes to the Filipinos? I would like to say that our team captains are both pure Filipinos and they are both excelling in their leagues. So we have Lucas Oival as our national men's team captain, and then Jade Rivera, our national women's team captain, who are both Filipinos. and who are already excelling in the sport, no? So walang daya dito. It's just that they were developed where the sport has already grown to that level wherein the Filipino yung katawan ng Pilipino, yung height at yung bilis ng Pilipino kaya mag-excel. So definitely floorball as a sport here in the Philippines, kayang-kaya, no? Kayang-kaya. And we have seen, no? We have started as early as 5 years old, 6 years old. Nakikita natin yung natural ball handling, stick handling skills ng mga bata. No? So if we get to tap that if we get to tap that market, and if we get to tap that age group, easily in 5 to 10 years, we can be composed of a fully homegrown team. So kayang-kaya talaga. And with that, I would like to pose a challenge to you. Kayo ba? Ready na ba kayo sa next steps ng floorball? Kayo ba? Willing na ba kayong bumuo ng clubs ninyo on your own? Ready na ba yung mga schools ninyo to include floorball in your curriculum? And I would like to tell you that if anything, the Floorball Association of the Philippines, Philippine Floorball Clubs Association, nandito kami para tumulong sa inyo. Hindi namin kayo hahayaan. Tutulungan namin kayo all the way. All right? And with that, I would like to thank you all for listening and being here today. Thank you very much and good afternoon.
Okay. Thank you, Coach Marco, for that very exciting message, presentation. I think nilay out ni Coach Marco yung foundation. Ano ba talaga yung sport? And isa sa mga nakita ko dito, Coach Ferdy, if you will just remember, is that suited ba siya sa Pilipino? No? Yun yung nagmarkang tanong na thought sa akin ni Coach Marco. Well, in fact, sinabi na nga niya that our very own national team, hindi naman sila katangkaran. Di ba? It's just the nature of the game ay na-embrace ng ating mga team captain sa national team, kaya they are really excelling. How about you, Coach Ferdy? Any insights regarding this topic?
Yes, Coach. I 110% agree with the statement of Coach Marco. Talagang very fit yung sports sa ating mga Pinoy. Just to share naman my own experience, kasi personally sa akin na-introduce officially na-introduce sa akin ng sports way back 2017. I really don't have any background about it, pero madali ko siyang natutunan. Okay? Then I transferred the learning to here in Cavite. Coach JR, no exaggeration, parang 30 minutes pa lang na-introduce sa mga bata dito. Yung sinasabi ni Coach Marco na 5 years old, 6 years old, yan yung mga na paglipatan ko ng knowledge. Nakapaglaro na kaagad kami ng 3v3 ng floorball, wala pang 30 minutes, or parang 30 minutes pa lang nga na-introduce ko sa kanila, nakapaglaro na kami after ng 3v3 ng floorball na to. Ganun siya ka-fit sa ating mga Pinoy, Coach.
Naglag yata si Coach JR.
Okay? So, ayun. So, it's very good, no, that we have this conference and we have some attendees. Kaya yung challenge ni Coach Marco, are we ready, or pwede ba nating i-accept yung challenge na yan na magkaroon? Yes, Coach Marco.
Coach Ferdy, ito nakikita ko we have 108 participants. Let's say na lang kalahati ang makabuo, or sabihin natin 1/4 ang makabuo. So nasa mga 25 na tayo kagad. New clubs. No, so gaano karami yung itataas ng community natin, 'di ba?
Correct.
And also at the same time, we are ready na for the international competition, no? Ang kailangan na lang natin is to form the sport here in the country. So, 'di ba? Kung kunyari maipasok natin 'to sa mga clubs, mapasok natin to sa mga universities, what's stopping us from entering NCAA and the UAAP?
Yes. Coach Marco. Tsaka yung ano, yung I can attest to the statement of Coach Marco that the PFA is very supportive. Imagine 2017 nga no na-introduce sa akin. Then I approach our president, Coach Ralph. Sabi ko, Coach Ralph, I'm interested and I'm willing to form a team in Cavite. So if I remember it right, Saturday ko sinabi yun. Then kinabukasan may laro ulit ng PFA. Sunday, nagkaroon na kaagad ako ng equipment. The next Saturday, tinuruan ko na yung mga taga Cavite and then the rest is history. Yan, naglalaro na kami. So,
Ganda.
yes, Sir Marco. Very supportive ang association. No? Kaya, ayan nga. So, may
Actually,
mga
sir, hindi lang hindi
Mhm.
lang association ng supportive. We have our Filipino ano ba kababayans in
Mhm.
other countries, no? So like our team captain si Lucas, nung last SEA Games, nung dumating yan dito sa Pilipinas, may dala sila yung mga sticks na gamit na ng mga
Wow.
ka-team nila. So pinamimigay yan ng club. So with the help of the association, pwede natin i-link kung kunyari like let's say merong floorball club na nabubuuhin. Let's say, andito ako sa Malabon ngayon. So, kunyari, bubuo ako ng floorball club dito sa Malabon. Pwedeng i-link ni association sa isang club abroad na kung saan yung mga bago nilang, yung mga luma nilang gamit, pwede lang padala dito. Actually, hindi lang sticks ang dala nila. Dala nila pati yung mga stick tape, yung mga grips.
Mhm.
Dala nila yung mga sapatos na hindi na nila ginagamit. So talagang ready ang association to help you. You just let us know how we can help you and then we will try to make a way to be able to help the new clubs. So very ready talaga ang association. And also at the same time, we have more than capable people to help you out, to develop you, and to also help you out in how to coach. So nandyan na tayong level na yan eh. Nandun na lang tayo, kailangan na lang natin yung mga willing magtrabaho para palawig pa natin yung sport na floorball.
Okay, so I think thank you for that, Coach Marco. Talagang yan napaka-generous hindi lang sa gamit pati yung time kasi syempre magtuturo yan, 'di ba? Oras 'yon. So imagine that, very generous yung association, and aside from that nga yung mga linkages natin, international linkage natin, they are also very supportive. So thanks for letting us know, Coach Marco. Coach JR.
Yes,
So,
I'm
yan.
back. All right, hindi
Okay,
talaga
I can-
tayo papapigil.
Okay, I can step down na ha. Coach JR is here.
Okay,
Oo.
pasensya na, talagang hindi papapigil.
Okay lang, no problem. No problem.
Okay.
Alright, thank you guys. Thank you.
Thank you, Coach
Before
Marco.
we end our session to Coach Marco, we just want to award this humble certificate that we created for our speaker. Can you share, Coach Mark? Coach Ferdy, can you please read the certificate?
Okay, so this certificate of appreciation is hereby awarded to Mr. Marco Angelo Ortiz for generously sharing his expertise as a resource speaker during the PFA and OneFISED.ph Virtual Floorball Conference 2022 via OneFISED YouTube channel and Zoom, awarded this 16th day of July 2022. Signed, J.R. Liana Viterbo, PFA Education, Rochelle Joy Balares, medyo hindi ko nakikita yung full screen, and I think it's also signed by Mr. Ralph Ramos.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much, guys.
and
Thank you very much.
Coach Marco. It's a pleasure.
Thank you, Coach Marco. Thank you, Coach.
Thank you, thank you.
Yes, tunay nga. That's just the appetizer because marami pa tayong pagkikwentuhan later sa usapang floorball here in this conference.
Mhm.
So let's proceed. Now, let's welcome our second speaker. All right. Actually, parang kailan lang, no? We're learning floorball, but this time talaga, these people I'm working with, tayo na yung nag-organize ng isang event. Let's
Okay.
welcome our second speaker, Mr. Eric Ropal, our Tournament and Events Committee Chair, our former Secretary General also, to deliver the topic, the Philippine Floorball Association and the Filipinas Floorball Movement. Welcome, Coach Eric.
Coach Eric.
Good day, everyone! Again, I'm Mr. Eric Rupal, the Tournament and Events Committee Head of the Philippine Floorball Association. At this point, let me introduce to you the Philippine Floorball Association, and the Pilipinas Floorball Movement. The Philippine Floorball Clubs Association Incorporated is the sole organizing body of the floorball in the country, officially registered on April 10, 2015 at the Securities and Exchange Commission as non-profit sport organization. Floorball in the Philippines can be traced back in early 2000s when a set of floorball equipment was given to Ateneo de Manila University. However, a more organized floorball introduction in the country took place through an Scandinavian missionary, Frederick Bergen, who taught floorball to urban poor children in Metro Manila. Then the Floorball Philippines Incorporated established on April 4, 2011 by the leaders of the Athletes in Action. Then we became the 53rd member on the IFF on May 8, 2011, and we also the AOFC member on February 2012. Floorball Philippines had its transition to Philippine Floorball Association, where the founding clubs of the PFA are UP Floorball Club, UMAC Floorball, UANP Dragons, and the Lasal Zobel Floorball Team. The success of the Philippine Floorball Association will not be possible without the people behind the association who voluntarily do their best to meet the goals and aspirations of the PFA. Here are the Philippine Floorball Association Board of Trustees, officers, and executive committee heads for term 2022 to 2015. Let's start first with Board of Trustees. We have Mr. Ralph Andrew Ramos, Mr. Marco Angelo Ortiz, Mr. J.R. Viterbo, Ms. Cherilyn Romarate, Mr. Luis Manila, Mr. Hakan Embretsen, and Mr. Ferdinand Buenaventura. Out of this Board of Trustees, they elected the different officers. So we have first our President, Mr. Ralph Andrew Ramos, our Vice President, Marco Angelo Ortiz, our Secretary General, Ms. Rochelle Balares, and our Treasurer, Ms. Anicet Albano. Then we have also our Philippine Floorball Club Association Executive Committee Heads, starting with Mr. J.R. Viterbo as the Education and Committee Education and Development Committee Chair. We have also Mr. Marco Angelo Ortiz, the National Team Committee Head. We have Luis Manila, Coaching Committee Chairperson. Ms. Rochelle Balares, the Media and Marketing Head. Mr. Masada Dem Cabillas, our Technical and Refereeing Committee Head. And yours truly, Mr. Eric Rupal, the League and Other Event Committee Head. Philippine Floorball Association have its own vision. This is to be a well-organized floorball federation that produces world-class and morally upright Filipino athletes, coaches, referees, and officials in floorball. It will be possible by the help of our different missions. First is to promote, enhance, inculcate to the public and the community the social and health benefits of engaging in floorball. That's why pumupunta kami sa iba't ibang places to teach floorball and educate everyone what are the different benefits of floorball, not only in us but in the Philippines as a sport. We also instill the friendship, camaraderie, and goodwill among the members within with other related association. So this, as you can see in the pictures, we have the AOFC Assembly in the Philippines last 2019 and AOFC General Assembly in Japan. We also undertake or participate in training, seminar, symposium, or lectures series regarding floorball as part of our development. We also get involved in civic projects or voluntary work to the community by means of teaching and also sharing the good benefits of floorball, not only in the different schools but also in the community. Okay, with the different plans that we have. So here are the different clubs formed under the Philippine Floorball Association. So one of our mission is to have different competition in order to achieve the sense of sportsmanship, self-confidence among the members, and other participants. So these are the different competitions that we have. So we have the Philippine Floorball League, the long annual league of floorball here in the Philippines, which started in September and in March. We have also Fiesta Cup, or one-day tournament every May and December. And we have also floorball challenges before the Philippine Floorball League starts. So we have also the beach games. Possibly it will be played last 2020 summer, but it was cancelled due to the pandemic. So one of our dreams is to have 50-member club nationwide, and we have a Philippine Floorball League from Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao leg, and we will have an annual Philippine Floorball Championship, and to create the different competitive players for the national team. So how will make our dreams come true? So we have what we call our partners, or what we call the main drivers of change. So it is a cycle that will help us to achieve our different dreams. So we have first the International Floorball Federation, the AOFC, or the Asia-Oceania Floorball Confederation, and also the Philippine Floorball Association, and different corporations who help us in promoting the sport, not only here in the Philippines but in other countries. Then we will be training different personalities like coaches, players, athletes, leaders, and volunteers who will help us in promoting the sport in different places, particularly in school, as to be part of their curriculum, sport activities, and health and wellness activities. So in each school, the different students will share the good benefits of floorball in their family. Then the family itself will share it in the whole community, what is floorball and what are the different benefits of playing floorball in their lives. As one of the executive committee heads of the Philippine Floorball Association, here are some of our plans and projects for the future development of our sports floorball. So first is the inclusion of floorball in palarong pambansa. So at this point, we are on process of introducing floorball with the Palarong Pambansa Secretariat, so that it will be included on the next Palarong Pambansa, and also we are hoping to that it will be part of the curriculum of the DepEd for high school and elementary students. And lastly, we have also what we call the Batang Pinoy. We are hoping that we can include floorball in the Batang Pinoy, which is also one of our dreams in promoting for the development of floorball. So here are some of the questions why we need to start floorball, no? So first, it is appealing to children and youth, because we all know hindi tayo yung winter country, so wala tayong hockey sport dito. So in alternative, we have the floorball itself. So we have also it is also a new sport and fresh start. So kung tayo yung isa sa mga una nito, tayo din ang isa sa mga unang gagaling or lalakas sa sport na to. And support and sustainability, because here the Philippine Floorball Association is willing to support you and help you to build floorball clubs and to develop future athletes in floorball. And also pioneer and history maker, because tayo yung mga unang gagawa ng history. Like for example, nowadays we have different development in our national team. So it is a good motivation to start floorball. So here are the different steps on how to start your own club. First, find the venue for regular practice. Make it sure it is smooth surface floor and also safe for the players. Set schedule for intro for floorball session. Inform PFA proposed venue and schedule of floorball intro session. So don't worry, we have a lots of floorball ambassadors who will help you. PFA conducts intro to floorball session and sign up players to join your club practice, and sign MOA for equipment loan grant between your club and PFA. So we'll be having at least starting kit, which is I think 15 to 20 sticks and 10 to 20 balls and 2 small goals. Be a certified PFA coach by means of different coaching seminars and workshop. Apply for provisional PFA membership, join the PFL next season, and be a regular PFA member club. So that's so easy, and hope you will contact us, and we are here to help you in supporting your club. So if you have more questions, so here are our Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and web. Okay, with that, thank you very much, and hope to see you soon for the next floorball activities, and hope you're having a great day and enjoy the rest of the day. Bye-bye! Good.
Okay, thank you, Coach Eric. So, Coach JR, before we continue, I just want to give a shout out to the founder of Heroes Sports, Sir Alvin Abelardo. Thank you, Sir Alvin, for watching
Yes,
and
magandang
for
hapon.
the support that you are giving the floorball community. Okay, Coach JR. So that's a very wonderful information given by
Coach Eric.
Coach Eric. Okay?
Yes. I agree with you, Coach Ferdy, because in that presentation, one way or another, Coach Eric laid out a foundation of Philippine Floorball Association. And napakaganda na for this conference ay na-share yung mission and vision ng Philippine Floorball Association. Therefore, again, for our fellow teachers, coaches, and those who are interested to put up their own club, the process was already given by Coach Eric, and I know baka hindi nyo po natandaan yung ilang importanteng details. Just contact us, even ako po, Coach Ferdy, sino man po sa amin, or the contact details presented kanina, because we are very much willing, no, na ayusin, na of course, no, bisitahin kayo kung kakayanin talaga, no, bisitahin kayo at mag-introduce ng floorball sa inyong lugar. Coach Eric, do you wanna have some words para i-end ang iyong presentation?
Yes, thank you very much sa nanonood, and sana ito yung start na mas dumami pa tayo, no? Lalo na after ng pandemic. Ito yung pinaka best start for us, and as part of the tournament and events chairperson, gagawin natin ang lahat, no, para mas pampadami pa yung mga events natin after this pandemic. Lalong-lalo na nakikita ko napakadami ng participants natin. Kung makapagbuo lang, no, Coach JR, isang club sa bawat nito, nako, isa na tayo sa pinakamadaming members ng clubs dito sa Asia, sa dami ng nanonood natin ngayon, no. Yes, and ayun, so marami tayo, and I'm so happy na marami ring mga nakikipag-partnership sa atin, especially this coming mga tournaments natin na nakikipag-usap. And yung sinoutout natin si Coach Alvin Abelardo, napaka-supportive niyan. Especially ngayon sa football, napaka-supportive niya, and I'm hoping, no, pagka nagkaroon ng event ng floorball dito sa Pilipinas, and Coach Alvin, I know, magsusupport din sa atin yan. And good luck sa Heroes Cup ng futsal bukas, Coach Alvin. Sana magkaroon din tayo ng Floorball Heroes Cup soon with our partnership with you, Coach Alvin. And also for you, lahat po na nandyan, nakita namin may mga nagme-message na sa association. Yes, we will accommodate you After this conference, just message us, and yung mga binigay naming social network, pwede na nyong i-message, and then we will try to reply you soon, and then magkaroon tayo ng intro floorball, and hopefully magkita-kita tayo soon dun sa plan natin na magkaroon ng different leagues here in the Philippines. Thank you very much for having me, and enjoy the rest of the day.
Yes, Coach Eric, and bago namin ihandog ang certificate sa'yo, syempre, gusto rin po namin ipaalala na, again, accomplish the certificate, or the evaluation for this program, because from those details that we'll be getting, kayo po ay email namin para malaman namin with your have floorball as part of your curriculum or your sports activities sa inyong school. Now, let's share screen the certificate that we're about to award to Coach Eric, Sir Mark, and Coach Ferdy. Do the honor to award the certificate. Thank you.
Okay. Sige. Please.
Sir Mark? Okay. I can do it. Oh, there you go.
Andyan na ba?
Wala pa. So sige,
Wala pa.
I'll be reading it na lang kasi I have a copy of it.
Okay, Coach.
Kahit hindi man natin na-share, at least award natin ang certificate. Okay? Just give me a couple of okay? Okay, this certificate of appreciation is hereby awarded to Mr. Eric Ropal for generously sharing his expertise as resource speaker during the PFA and OneFaceEd.ph Virtual Floorball Conference 2022 via OneFaceEd YouTube channel and Zoom, awarded this 16th day of July 2022. Signed, yours truly, Coach J.R. Viterbo, PFA Education and Club Development Chair, together with Ms. Rochelle Joy Balares, our very own PFA Secretary General. Thank you so much, Coach Eric, and let's do this, and let's accomplish our mission for Pilipinas floorball movement.
Ayan. Thank you, Coach Eric. Thank you. Okay, so Coach JR, so na 2 down na tayo. Let's
naka 2
down
na, no?
Let's proceed to our next speaker. So, welcome, Mr. Luis Manila, Coaching Committee Chair, and his topic will be fundamental skills and strategies in floorball. Welcome, Coach Luis.
Hi guys, good afternoon. Audible ba ako?
Yes,
ba ako?
Coach. Yes, Coach Luis, audible.
Ayan, okay. So maraming salamat for inviting me. I'll start my presentation, my recorded presentation. So if it's not okay with you guys. So, kita ba ang aking screen? Dali, medyo adjust ko muna.
There, habang inaantay natin si Coach Luis, no? Coach Ferdy, makikita natin sa ating chat box, no? May mga kaibigan tayo. Ito, familiar sa akin si Sir Michael Oyales, no? Signifying his intent to join Philippine Floorball Association. And again, alam ko, marami pa po sa ating mga kaibigan ang nandito sa ating Zoom at via YouTube ang nagkakaroon ng interest to have floorball po sa kanilang mga schools or kanilang mga LGUs.
Yes.
Kaya, ayan, ready na si Coach Luis.
Coach Luis.
Go, Coach Luis.
Onting adjustment pa. Hindi ko makita yung ibang controls eh. Dali.
Sige lang,
I apologize for the technical
Okay lang, Coach Luis.
Okay lang yan, Coach.
Magkwentuhan muna kami ni Coach Ferdy.
Coach
Siguro,
JR.
Go ahead, Coach Ferdy.
Ngayon ba, kamusta ang USFC?
Good afternoon, hosts and guests.
Okay.
Sorry.
Ayan. I think ready na.
Ready na. Sige, tuloy
Okay
natin
na.
kwentuhan
Sasagutin ko
mamaya,
yung Coach
Coach.
Ferdy in a while. Yes.
Okay, Coach.
Okay, ano lang, pa-verify lang guys. Ano ba yung nakikita nyo? Yung presenter view or yung mismo slide?
Presenter view pa to, Coach Luis. There.
How about now? Ayan.
There you go. We can see it. Full screen na. Thank you.
Sige. Okay, maraming salamat. Again guys, participants, I apologize for technical difficulties. So this is my presentation on fundamental skills and game strategies in floorball. Good afternoon, hosts and guests. Thank you for having me. Thank you for this opportunity to share some of my insights in floorball. For this afternoon, I'll briefly define what is floorball, followed by fundamental skills necessary to play the sport, and finally discuss some game strategies. What is floorball? Floorball is a fast-paced sport synonymous to ice hockey. Basic equipment includes a floorball stick made from composite materials and a plastic ball. It's usually played indoors on a rectangular court, and the main objective is to score more goals against your opponent. Teams consist of 5 court players and 1 goalkeeper. Fundamental skills are balance, running, control or receiving, passing, dribbling, and shooting. As mentioned, floorball emphasizes the following skills: balance, running, control or receiving, passing, dribbling, and shooting. Before we go any further, first a quote, in my opinion, from the greatest of all time on GOAT, Michael Jordan. Get the fundamentals down and the level of everything you do will rise. To give additional context, arguably the best teams move the ball very well, and floorball is no different. In this example, Sweden, the team in yellow passes the ball around to create opportunities to confuse their opponent. In floorball, we use a technique we call soft hands or flexible hands. It is performed by bringing your stick forward and as you meet the ball, smoothly cushion the ball backwards or apply soft hands with your stick. The same technique can be applied with the backhand. In flyball situations, the chest and the leg can also be used to control the ball. Skilled players can control the ball with their stick while it is in flight. One way to improve control or receiving the ball is by juggling. Here, Linnea Hamar demonstrates her juggling abilities. Linnea practices juggling at least an hour every day on her own. This is aside from team practices and other conditioning exercises. The forehand pass is the most frequently used pass. There are at least four basic passes: the wrist pass, as shown, the drag pass, slap pass, and the backhand pass. To perform a correct pass, one must coordinate the action of the arms and legs and utilize the bending of the shaft. Passing the ball using the boards or ring is a great way to improve backhand passes. Dribbling is a skill that is very useful during game situations, but must be used appropriately. It can be used to bring the ball up the court during an attack, create situations and variations, and at the same time, it can also be used during defensive situations to evade opponents. Dribbling with the use of moves. It must be noted that these drills should be performed at game-like speeds. Shooting is identical to passing. Aside from proper coordination of the body, one must be able to utilize the bending of the stick shaft. Bending the stick shaft adds power and makes it difficult for goalkeepers to block shots. There are four basic shooting techniques in floorball: the wrist shot, the drag shot, slap shot, and backhand. The drag shot is the most efficient shot in terms of scoring, particularly in longer distances. According to the same study discussed in the previous slide, 23%, which is 113 out of the 488 goals scored during the 2016 Men's World Championships, were performed with this technique. The slap shot is a very powerful shot, and the execution requires time and space. This technique requires coordination of the body and bending of the stick. The blade must hit the floor a few centimeters just before hitting the ball to create a powerful shot. As demonstrated in this video, it is a great way to improve different shooting techniques. It is also a great way to train goalkeepers. And offense strategies. Usually, when we play, we use our strengths against our opponents and hide our weaknesses. In this example, three attacking players, those in white, tries to maneuver the defense, those in red, and a goalkeeper. The attacking players use their numerical advantage over the defenders. At this point, I'd like to introduce two defensive formations, the dice 5 and the W. For the dice 5 formation is literally like a dice with 4 corner players and 1 player covering the middle. For this defensive formation to work, the players need to be aggressive. Active sticks means swinging your stick side to side. It is necessary to properly press opponents away from the goal and center line. The players need to push their opponents where they are less of a threat. Let's watch this in action. For the W formation, the main objective is to be compact, taking away the middle and passing lanes from the opponents. It is also necessary to press and use the sticks to block and intercept passes. The main objective of this formation is we force our opponents to their weak side and control them against the boards or rink. The following videos will show how defense and quick counterattacks can help a team score. that ends my presentation. Thank you very much.
There you go. Thank you, Coach Luis. Well, don't worry. We know that there's some lag regarding the video, but again, all of these skills will be acquired, of course, through the coaching program. And definitely, Coach Luis Manila, as the chair for the coaching program of the Philippine Floorball Association, will be providing us with trainings in the coming months to raise new skilled coaches who will be teaching floorball to everyone. Coach Luis, just a couple of questions, and Coach Ferdy also, you may check via chat box if there are some questions regarding coaching in floorball. Do you think it is also fitted for those who don't have, example, those participants we have for this afternoon, they don't have any background in floorball coaching, but they are really would like, or they have the desire to learn the sport or to teach. How do you think that will work for our participants for this afternoon?
Yes, definitely. Short answer for that is everyone starts with zero. Likewise, when I started floorball, when I started coaching floorball, I literally started with zero. So as I went along, as I explored floorball, I got to know these things. So definitely, it will work for everyone.
Thank you, Coach Luis, because I think marami sa ating mga participants talaga ay syempre they want to understand further the coaching aspect of the karamihan sa kanila ay mga teachers. So, Coach Ferdy, anything that you would like to add?
Diba sabi nga nung ano ba yon, ano bang product yon? Great things starts from small beginnings, no? So lahat naman baka kasi ma-advert ma-copyright tayo. So lahat naman nagsisimula talaga sa wala, no? 'Di ba, Coach Luis? So with constant practice, with constant drills, and syempre, kung gusto mo rin talaga yung ginagawa mo, no? Mag-excel at magpa-progress yung skill na or magde-develop yan kahit ano pa yan. Okay?
Yes. And include ko lang ang ganda ng sinabi ni Coach Luis. Nung nagsimula nga daw siya, hindi niya din alam. Pero for the benefit of all, Coach Luis Manila is member of the Philippine Men's National Team po.
Yes.
So, 'di ba? Sabi niya kanina hindi siya marunong pa dati or wala pang ka-idea until he managed to join the national team. Marami kaming refresher nga, sabi nung isa sa atin dito sa comment, no, lalo na yung mga nag-attend na before, but definitely excited po kami, Coach Luis, sa ating mga magiging coaching certification para for national and international, para marami pa tayong maging mga kaibigan na coaches for floorball.
Ayan, Coach JR, nababasa ko sa chat. When will be the next floorball coaching course? Tapos, interested with the next, abangan po ninyo mamaya, abangan po ninyo yung mga pwede naming isagot dyan sa mga message yan. Antay-antay lang po tayo. So far,
yes,
Coach,
later,
sa akin naman, wala naman
akong something. Yes. Coach Ferdy,
Yes,
nakakatuwa. Isingit ko lang bago natin i-award yung certificate kay Coach Luis. Kasi at this very moment, no, meron tayong mga participants, meron sa Illinois, no? Illinois, USA pa, no? Si Sir John Paul, if I'm not mistaken, ay nag-a-attend sa atin yan. And also, ang ating kaibigan at teammate natin sa USFC, Coach Noel Cañeda, all the way from Middle East, nag-a-attend sa atin.
Hi, Coach Noel.
Salamat, no? At this point, i-award na natin. Let's award our certificate kay Coach Luis.
So, this certificate of appreciation is hereby awarded to Coach Luis H. Manila III for generously sharing his expertise as a resource speaker during the PFA and OneFISED.ph Virtual Floorball Conference 2022 via OneFISED YouTube channel and Zoom, awarded this 16th day of July 2022. Signed, PFA Education and Development Head J.R. Liana Viterbo and Ms. Rochelle Joy Balares. the PFA Secretary General. Thank you, Sir
Thank you, Coach
Luis.
Luis, for the
Thank you
time.
very
Coach
much.
Luis.
Thank you very much. Salamat, salamat.
Okay po.
Okay, we are almost halfway through this conference, and for sure, many of you learned a lot about floorball. For our fourth speaker, let's welcome Mr. Masada Dem Cabilas, Refereeing Committee Chair, to deliver the topic floorball rules of the game. Kung kanina, coaching aspect, Coach Ferdy, ngayon naman po, ang rules ng floorball. Coach
Ayan.
Tata, are you there already? All right. Coach Mark?
Hi, Coach. Tata. Sorry.
There.
Mukhang naglalag yung video. Pwede naman ako mag-share on the spot kung okay lang.
Yeah,
para,
sure. Coach Ta.
Yeah, para ma-continue
If
rin.
you would like to do it, yeah.
Yes,
Thank you.
yes. Sige. Ano ko lang. Ready ko lang yung give me at least 2 minutes. Pwede. Thank you.
Hey.
Sige. Yes, and sige, Coach Ferdy, yan, pwede na natin pagkwentuhan yung ating pinag-uusapan kanina, kamusta ang USFC. For our participants here, USFC is United South Floorball Club. Kami po yung club na nandito sa southern part of Metro Manila. And of course, together with the mission and vision of the Philippine Floorball Association, our goal, syempre, is to spread and to introduce floorball sa different communities, schools, LGUs po natin. By the way, Coach Ferdy, no, marami na rin tayo na pagdemohan ng floorball.
Yes, Coach.
Meron tayo sa St. Jude Catholic School Manila, meron din tayo sa CSA Binyan. And mamaya nga meron tayong isa pang demo, no, na i-announce in Muntinlupa City. And isa sa mga naging magandang project natin together with PFA, of course, yung ating introduction of floorball sa Giwan Eastern Samar, na introduce po natin siya. Kaya yeah, excited tayo na marami pang floorball introduction and demo ang magawa natin sa iba't ibang communities.
Wow, oo nga, para at least maraming ma-experience. So, ayun, dito naman syempre, speaking of demonstration, so may mga ngilan na rin tayong napag-demohan dito sa Cavite, yung isang school, Velmaris, La Trinidad Academy dito sa Imus, Cavite. Meron pa yung Bloomfield, I think, sa Imus din. Medyo pre-pandemic nangyari yan. And as far as I remember, February of 2020, bago mag-lockdown, I think nakapag-demo pa ako sa community namin with some of the PE teachers. Okay? Nakapag-demo pa ako, siguro may 10 pirasong PE teachers din yon. Hindi nga lang nagkaroon ng follow-up kasi after that, nag-lockdown. So, ayan.
Yes,
sige, Coach.
Na.
Oo.
Itutuloy na.
Tuloy ulit natin ng kwentuhan mamaya kasi mukhang ready na si...
Yes, I think mukhang ready na si Coach. Yeah. There you go.
I'm Masada Cabilas, or the people in the association call me Tata. So I'm here to present with you the basic rules regarding floorball, and I'm applying the new rules regarding to the updated rules in IFF since it's already in July. So let me share my screen first. Right. So the topic that I'm going to discuss is about the rules of the game. The contents of the topic or of my presentation will run from this topic: face-off, bench penalties, fouls, penalty shots, advantage, and delayed penalty. So let's start. So in floorball, uh, we start the game with face-off. Compared to football, they start the game whoever won the possession of the game. And in basketball, they do jump ball, but in hockey type of game, like floorball, we do face-off. Okay, so the ball will stay at the center, and then the um, two blades, so opposing team, will meet at the center, and the other players should be at least 3 meters away around the face-off area. So in floorball, there are 6 face-off dots, but and those dots are being used depends on the fouls that committed on the specific area. For example, there are some fouls or violation uh, that has need that has a need of to reset or to begin with a face-off. Then you take the nearest face-off dot. But every start of the game, we always take the face-off at the center spot. Okay, and here, as you can see, face-off may go directly into the goal, meaning to say that during face-off, if the player from any team get the ball, they can try directly to have a goal, and if that goal went in, then it's counted. Okay, all right. So the next topic that I want to discuss is bench penalty. Okay, in the new rules, no, sorry, let's define first what is a bench penalty. Uh, bench penalty is usually uh foul or a sanction for the players who committed fouls that needed to be benched out. Meaning to say, for example, you committed the foul, same as any other hockey game or type of hockey sport, you are gonna be benched out. So the thing is, your team will be playing underhand, meaning your left player inside the court. So based on the new rules, no, there are a new definition of bench penalties. Okay, here as you can see, minor penalties, major penalties, and personal penalties. Okay, these are the types. Uh, these are the new code for the previous rules in floorball, and here are the the previous calls that we know is 2 minutes. This one has been changed. This was previously 5 minutes and then 10 minutes and red card. So now for the new rules, the 2022 edition of the rules of the game, when we say minor penalty, then that means it's a 2 minutes violation, 2 minutes bench penalty. And when the referee or the match secretary say it's a major penalty, then it will be a 2+2 um, 2+2 bench penalties. This 2+2 is like um, the reason why they changed the 5 minutes into 2+2 because the 5 minutes uh, sanction before is like uh, personal penalty, meaning during personal penalty, even though your team scored, you cannot enter the ring. Okay, so you will continue finish the whole length of your penalty. Unlike the 2 minutes or the minor penalty, during 2 minutes bench penalty, if the opposing team no, they scored, then the one who has bench penalty on the team can the bench penalty, the 2 minutes bench penalties will be removed. So uh and that's the difference between minor penalties between 2 minutes and 5 minutes. That's why they changed this 5 minutes into 2 plus 2, because some say that the 5 minutes personal penalty dictates what will happen to the game. Or for example, the game is being played, and then at the last period of the game, you got your team got 5 minutes personal penalty. So now for um you need to suffer for the whole 5 minutes without one man on your court. Okay, that's why they changed it to 2 plus 2 instead of personal penalty. They changed it to major penalty. Meaning to say 2 plus 2, the 2 minutes consists of two minor penalties. So for example, during this 2 plus 2 or 4 minutes, if the first if your the opposing team scored, the first 2 minutes will be out, so it will cut out. So now the bench player will just suffer for the other 2 minutes, and if the other team will score, then um he can enter already. Unlike so what I'm trying to say is, instead of you waste all the 5 minutes during the previous rule, they changed it now that if the opponent scored twice, or you will only suffer for total of 4 minutes. Okay, and there's still a lot of confusion regarding this new rule, but maybe next time I can explain this to you guys personally. Okay, so again, to continue, there are four types. There are types. These are the types of bench penalties. Okay, so minor penalty is 2 minutes. Major penalty is 2 plus 2. Personal penalty is 10 minutes. Okay, and red card, meaning suspension. This M1, M2, M3. Meaning to say M1, M2, M3. M1 means match suspension 1, match suspension 2, and match suspension 3. This 3 differs on the weight or the type of the foul that player who was shown red card has committed. For example, you some one of the players did start a fight. Then maybe for me, I can give him an M1, M2, M3. It depends on the association, or it depends on the league that you are running for. So that's why it varies. Depends on what type of match penalties you will be giving to the person who committed the penalty. Okay, continue. So here are some fouls, no, that mostly can that mostly being called in the floorball game. This incorrect hit is the most common one, because in floorball you cannot hit each other's stick. So that's the most common violation being done in a game. All of this, as you can see here, the tab has free hit on the column. Okay, so all of this foul will lead to free hit. Okay, but there are different types of fouls. Okay, there are some fouls that can lead to minor penalty, major penalty, or sorry, this one is personal penalty. Okay, so and yes, that's why I put incorrect hit as the first tab. So because you can cause all the bench penalties that are being punished to the player. Okay. Next also is incorrect push. So in floorball, you cannot push players in any part of the body, the side, the back. Okay. Okay. No lifting of stick. Okay. Lifting of stick meaning when the player has the ball, and in order for you to get the ball, you lift the stick and you get the ball. That's not allowed as well, and it will end up to minor penalty. Okay, locking of stick meaning you are dribbling, then you lock the opponent's stick in order for you to control the game, and it's a violation because you are having an advantage towards the other player. And this one, high stick, also common for beginners because high sticking is very, very dangerous play for me because you might hit other player's face and that will end you up to a red card. So high stick meaning you can only raise your stick upon your knee level. Okay, more than that uh, can be tolerated for me as a referee. I think waistline level is enough still, but the general rule is you can only raise your stick up until the player's knee height, knee level. Okay, so for example, if you're tall and you swing your stick, and then it only raises above, I mean, in close to your knee level, then it's still okay. Even though you're facing a smaller opponent, then on their side, that's already their waist or leg or thigh, so still okay. As long as the player is not raising his stick upon above his knee and above the waistline. Okay. Next is the next rule. The next foul is between the legs. So in floorball, we cannot take the ball from the back and in between of the legs of the player. For example, the one holding the ball is just standing, trying to cover the ball, and you are coming from behind and you want to get the ball. And then the play that you did is you put your stick between the legs and get the ball. Okay, that's not allowed because there are some dangerous uh, uh, things that might happen to that player, and then you will be punished for some penalties. Okay, so I didn't put here any bench penalties because uh, it depends. No, it depends on the weight of the foul. So for example, it's just a mistake because because for example I'm a new player, so I accidentally put the stick between his legs. So as a referee, I won't gonna give the player a bench penalty, but just give the team a free hit. But if the player keeps on repeating that, then that's the time I will give a bench penalty. Okay, hooking next foul. That's hooking. No, hooking means you are holding the stick. Sorry, you are holding the ball standing, and the other team or the opposing player hook your body or hook your foot in order for them to get the ball. So that's a violation as well. Okay. So next, backing. Backing is more similar in we are in Philippines, like most of us know how to play basketball. So backing means like you are trying to push back the player. Not allowed in floorball as well. So it will only cost you a free hit. Okay. And next, as you can see, roughing. Roughing is what is the terms that we call when a player tries to fight another player. Okay, that's why it didn't show here minor penalty, but major penalty and personal penalty, and yes, it can be a red card situation call because in floorball, as a referee, we don't want any players hitting or attacking the player directly. For example, one player push from behind, punch, okay, that's already called roughing. And If for me, there's a two level of roughing. Okay, first is you try to initiate a fight, but the fight didn't go on. So of course you are called as roughing, but I won't give you a red card directly. I will give you first a major penalty or personal penalty, depends on the what happened. But if you go back again inside the game and you committed a foul, same violation, you try to fight, you hit a player directly a stick, then that's now when I show you red card. Okay, so that's why we always tell the players, or we always ask the players to play nicely, because we know what they are thinking, or we know as a referee what they are trying to do in order to win the ball. Next is holding. Holding is like, for example, this is your strong hand, your grip hand. When you dribble the ball, the other player hold your hand in order for them to have gain of the possession of the ball. Okay, so you lose possession of the ball. All right, so the referee will blow the whistle for it for um, holding. Okay, next is obstruction. Obstruction meaning um, you as a player, okay, you're the one holding the ball. You're running towards one direction of the court, then the opposing player just suddenly stops in front of you without no reason, and he or she is not trying to take away the ball from you. He just stand there to stop you from running. Then that is called obstruction. Okay, you're not allowed to do that because um, it can be dangerous. Okay, as a referee, we always secure that the game, there are no injuries in the game, and we try to control the game. So obstruction can cost you minor and major penalties. It depends on the level of the way you try to obstruct. Okay. Next is incorrect kick. So again, in floorball, um, you cannot uh, kick. Sorry, in floorball, you are allowed to kick the ball once, but not twice. Okay, meaning to say, for example, you want to stop the ball with your foot, then that's okay. But if you want to do a foot pass, then it's not allowed, because you already hit the ball once when you drop the ball, then you are hitting the ball twice and you're trying to push the ball using your foot. Okay. Also, incorrect kick is when you try to kick another player. Okay, but that counts as roughing. That's why incorrect kick, that as I explained earlier, you can only hold the ball or pass the ball using your foot once. Okay. Next is high kick. Okay, you cannot raise your legs up above your waist, obviously, to stop the ball, to stop the play, and obviously to stop the player. If you use your foot again to stop the player, then we will always go back to roughing. Okay. Now this time, this one is mostly common as well to beginners. Incorrect distance. Okay. In floorball, when the ball is not moving, meaning dead ball, meaning the other team has the possession of the ball, free hit, the defender or the defending team should always be at least 3 meters away from the distance of the ball, of the free hit. Okay, for example, you have a free hit here. The defending player cannot go close to the team that has having the free hit. You should be at least 3 meters away from that spot. That's why earlier when I mentioned about when we talk about face-off, I mentioned that you should be at least 3 meters away from the ball. So that's the general rule in floorball, because we want to give the attacking player some space to create play before you can try to defend the goal. Okay. Here, next one is incorrect jump. Okay, incorrect jump again in floorball. We are not allowed to jump. Okay, we are not allowed to jump because we try to avoid injuries. Okay, there are there are some uh uh there are some situations that our player tends to jump to stop the ball in mid-air. So you're not allowed to do that. One, because you stop the ball. Two, because what if you fall down and then you hit? I mean, you step on another player's foot or you step on the another player's stick. So it will just harm you. Okay. Next, for the goalkeeper, incorrect throw. Okay. So in floorball, if you're playing with a goalkeeper, the goalkeeper can only throw the ball from his goal crease up until the halfway court, the half line court. The half line, the half the half of the court. All right. So let's be clear with that. When a goalkeeper plays, he cannot throw over the court. Okay. He can only throw the ball before it reaches the half line. Okay. Next is incorrect free hit. Okay. There are times that beginners also have this problem, but this is not really a bench penalty offense. But this can be a learning experience. Okay. Incorrect free hit. Incorrect free hit is just like you have the possession of the ball, and then the ball uh is put in a place where you can play the ball. Okay, free hit means you hit the ball, right? Some beginners tend to dribble the ball, so that's why the referee will call you incorrect free hit because you are not just hitting the ball, you are dribbling the ball, and sometimes uh uh some strategies they use to scoop the ball up during free hit. Okay, so it's not allowed. Okay, so the proper way in doing free hit is when the ball is not moving, you just hit the ball any power that you want, as long as you don't dribble, as long as you don't scoop the ball up. Okay, so that's the basic explanation for a correct free hit. Next is line play. Here in floorball, you're not allowed to put your like put your both knees on the floor and try to defend. So you can only put one knee and the other knee should be up. Okay, so it's like you're kneeling on one knee. But if you put both of your knees on the floor, then you are and sorry, if you put both knees on the floor and you try to stop the ball using your stick, then it is called a lion play. Another line play situation is, for example, you trip, you fall, and then you didn't get up quickly. But instead of going up, you try to hook the stick. You try to get the ball by hooking by getting the ball using your stick, and you're still lying on the floor. That's why it's a minor penalty. Okay. Next, handball. You cannot hold the ball during play. Okay. For example, the ball flies mid-air, and then you intentionally stop the ball using your hand. Then that is not allowed, and your team will suffer a bench penalty. Next, header. Okay. Unlike football, they can use their head to pass the ball or to stop the ball. But in floorball, they are not allowed. You cannot head the ball. You cannot stop the ball using your head. Okay, so that also that's the basic. Also, what I'm trying to say is I'm just saying that don't try to attempt to head the ball because sometimes players tend to push forward, running, and then head open. And then all of a sudden, some sticks are open or trying to get are there to stop the or are waiting to get the ball down, and then you got injured because you're just running forward, not looking at the area, and then stop the ball using the header. That's why if you're a beginner, you should teach that header is not allowed. Okay, next. Okay, another fault is delaying the play. Delaying the play can sometimes be a strategy in other sports, but in floorball, you are not allowed to delay the game. What do I mean by that? For example, there's a free hit, and then you are just wasting. You are not trying to hit the ball, and then you just standing there, even though you are already have the time or you already have the chance to pass the ball. So that's delaying the play. We will just switch whoever has the possession of the ball. Another delaying play, for example, you committed a foul, and then later on, you uh, hit the ball to the other direction, so the other team can start quickly, and then that delays the game. Then that can be now a bench penalty. That's why sometimes there are some calls that at you can call bench penalties, but sometimes you just serve, but the player won't listen to you. That's why it happens. You are forced to call bench penalties. Okay. Next is misconduct. You can see here the bench penalties for misconduct is already major and personal, and yes, it can be red card. Misconduct meaning to say the player try to say foul language, say yell at the referee, yell at the official table, yell at the other player, then that is counted as misconduct. So you are not allowed to do that. So sometimes misconduct can also be, for example, you try to score the goal and then you celebrated in the front of the opponent's bench. So sometimes it happens. We didn't know. We don't know yet. Okay, we don't know what to expect. But yeah, that is not allowed. So that's why it can be a major penalty or personal penalty. Okay, and last, another um, another rule that should be learned by the beginner or new players or new teams is incorrect substitution. In floorball, we have flying subs. Meaning to say you don't need to stop the time and ask the official table that you're gonna substitute players. You can continuously sub players as long as the rule is the first player out, next player go in. Okay, meaning to say let the player goes out first and go back to the bench, your team, and the next player who wants to substitute will go in. Incorrect substitution happens when the player inside the court is still there and the substitute player wants to go in and step inside the court. Now you have more than five players and you committed an incorrect substitution. Okay. Another reason for this is, for example, the player is so agitated to go inside the court and he didn't wait or he or she didn't wait for the other player to count out, and sometimes that's how incorrect substitution occurs. All right. Next, okay, penalty shot. Usually, penalty shot only happen or penalty shots happen if, for example, the attacking player has a scoring chance and the defender from uh, the defensive team try to stop the player by committing a handball or stop the ball during the shot that is sure going inside the court, going inside the goal, then that's a penalty shot. Another thing is, for example, a breakaway. One attacking player is already ahead, then the defensive player tries to chase him and stop him by committing a foul, and that's a penalty shot. Okay. This is here, as you can see, the defensive player stand inside the goal piece and try to block the shot. This is the most common errors that most defenders do. If the defending player stands or foot, his or her foot is inside the goal piece while he is trying to defend, he or she is trying to defend, then a penalty shot will be occurred. Okay? Attacking player, for instance, was say earlier, okay, and mostly a lot of penalty shots also happen if the game should end. The game cannot end on a draw. So, for example, a finals game, championship game, of course, there should be a winner, right? So, uh, the game extends to the penalty shootout, and that's how penalty shots is being done. Okay. Next is advantage play. Usually, the meaning of advantage play for the referee is when the referee allows the play to continue, even there is an offense occurred in benefit of the non-offending team. Okay. So, for example, you are having a quick attack, and then suddenly a player try to steal a ball from you, but he accidentally hit your stick, and then the referee noticed that you have an advantage of the game, so the referee will allow the ball to play. So they will just let you continue the play, and then um, if the ball was stopped during the advantage play, okay, then you will get the free hit on the spot where you are you the defense the other player committed the incorrect hit. Okay, so for example, we have the point here. So first player run, take hit, and then he continue to run, but he lose the ball. Now the advantage is gone. That's why the referee will go back to this spot and then take the free hit. Okay. Next, delayed penalty. Okay, this time, uh, this is just the same. After this, is just the same to advantage play, but the difference is instead of just a normal free hit foul, the defending player is committed a foul that can be sanctioned to bench penalty. For example, you are attacking again, and then this player try to hit your hit your stick constantly, and then that hitting of stick is a bench penalty. But you're still playing the game. You have an advantage to score. Now the referee will raise their hand straight up, and that signals delayed penalty. Okay. So during the game or during an official floorball match, when you notice the referee raise their hand, there there is a violation of course, but he wants the game to continue. So this is a good example of good refereeing because you're allowing the game to continue, but also you spot where or what happened to the game. Okay, so you saw some foul violation, but the other team can score. So delayed penalty. Okay, so I guess that's all the topics that I can share for you for the basic rules. If you have some questions, you can email me at this email address. And if you are interested also in joining the referee team or learn more about the rules, no, I'm very happy or I'm very excited to have people listening regarding the rules of the game, because you cannot play a game without a rule, right? And us referees are we are just trying to teach you how to play nicely, how to play the game, and have fun. Again, that's all that I can share for you guys. Thank you again. I'm Masado Dem Cabillas, the head referee of Philippine Floorball Association. Thank you very much. Goodbye.
Ayan. Okay. So thank you very much, Coach Tata, sa siguro para sa akin, sabi ko, very detailed, no,
Yes.
explanation ng mga rules ng floorball game. Actually, yun nga, no, kapag nagre-referee ang mga yan, napapansin ko, hindi lang talaga sila basta nagre-referee. Ina-assure nila na kapag may tinawag sila or may kinol sila, i-educate pa nila kayo. Okay? And talagang sasabihin nila, oh, hindi pwede yung ganyan kasi makakadisgrasya ka. And Coach JR, hindi ko alam kung ako lang yung nakapansin, no? Pero upon observing about the rules, talagang very safe. No, hindi naman hindi ka pwede madisgrasya kasi contact sports din to, no. Pero yung mga simple, ba, bawal mong ilagay yung stick sa gitna ng paa, yung matamaan mo lang yung stick ng kalaban, may call na. So, very ano siya, parang masasabi ko na safe siya laruin, no? Kasi may mga violation nga na bawal talagang dumikit.
Yes.
Ayun, yun, Coach.
Yes. Hello. Ayan, okay na yung connection ko.
Ano i-add ko lang, Coach,
yes, Coach JR,
sa ating referees here in the Philippines. Tama yung sinabi mo kanina. Napapansin ko yan sa mga Philippine Floorball League, sa mga liga natin. Especially kapag alam nila na yung mga players ay, of course, hindi pa aware sa ganong rule. They try to explain the kind of maulit. So that our players na to maglaro soon in the future for the national team, no? Alam na nila yung dapat na ikilos nila bilang player sa loob ng court. Coach Ta, do you want
Sorry again, medyo nag-stutter. Ano yung coach yung question? Sorry.
Hear me? Do you want to add something pa bukod doon sa iyong na-share sa amin kanina as a wrap up for your topic?
Yes, regarding dun sa rules, no, medyo kung aaralin mo siya as a beginner, masyado siyang mahirap intindihin. Pero siguro enough na yung basic na share ko for beginners para sa mga audience natin ngayon. Pero kung gusto pa natin matuto more regarding sa rules, and I'm very happy to share what I can share, no, kasi masyadong critical or may maraming points, no, pero as a beginner, basic rules, madali siya intindihin kung share ko based dun sa presentation ko kanina. Yun lang. Salamat at saka sana yun nga in the future kung magkaroon man kayo ng team or interested din kayo sumali sa electric group, no, as long as may basic knowledge kayo sa sport, and you know the basic rules, mas willing ako to share the deeper sides of the floorball rules, no. Ayun, maraming salamat guys. Thank you.
Thank you, Coach Tata.
Yes, Coach Tata. And by the way, i-congratulate na natin in advance si Coach Tata because right after itong pandemic, they were invited sa Jeju Open this coming August na, no, sa Korea.
Yes,
Coach
yes.
Tata together with your partner, shout out sa yung partner, captain ng Lasal Araneta Floorball Club, DJ Bulosan, na nandito rin sa atin ngayon. So ingat, congratulations, and hopefully whatever you will get sa tournament, of course, ay ma-share sa mga future referees natin sa Pilipinas. Coach Ferdy?
Okay. So, Coach, may mga questions dito. Mamaya ba magkakaroon tayo ng parang general Q&A portion? Kasi may mga nag-i-inquire, may mga, may mga tanong sila. So, siguro, Coach, mamaya meron tayong time para sagutin yan, ano, Coach?
Yes.
Tama ba?
Yes, sure.
Yes, we're just gonna finish all the speakers natin for the program, then we're gonna provide opportunity to answer to the best of our ability yung kanilang mga questions. And
Okay.
during the break natin, after natin mag-award ng certificate, we'll try to answer some of the questions. Coach Ferdy, you can award now the certificate.
Okay, so ayan. So this certificate of appreciation is hereby awarded to Masada Dem Cabillas for generously sharing his expertise as a resource speaker during the PFA and OneFISED.ph Virtual Floorball Conference 2022 via OneFISED YouTube channel and Zoom awarded the 16th day of July 2022. Signed, J.R. Liana Beterbo, PFA Education and Development Committee Chair, and Miss Rochelle Joy Balares, PFA Secretary General. Congratulations, Coach Masada.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, so Coach JR, so nakakalahati na tayo. So para naman sa ating health break.
Congratulations and thank you, Coach.
Magkakaroon muna tayo ng 5 minutes,
Okay.
Coach JR.
All right. Yes, since we're done with the first half of our program, we're gonna give 5 minutes snack participants, and we're gonna have the remaining half sa ating pagbabalik. Okay, we're just trying also to read some of the questions posted here sa ating Zoom. Okay, see you in a few minutes.
Okay, stretch muna.
Okay, welcome back. Hopefully, tayo po ay nakapag-CR break, snack break na po. Okay? And we are about to continue our program for this afternoon. Let's welcome our fifth speaker, Gabriel Alfonso Suarez, team captain of the champion team during the Under-17 Philippine Floorball League 2018-2019, to share the topic, Impact of Floorball to Filipino Youth. All right? Welcome, Biel. Coach Mark?
I believe we can do it. I believe we can do it. I believe we can do it. I believe we can do it.
Is that the video? I think they're trying to fix it first. But while we are waiting, I'm not sure if Biel's already here. Hopefully, Biel is here. Okay. I think if we can play the video that he sent, we can have a little bit of interview sa ating isa sa mga speaker. Biel, are you already here? There you go. Okay, I'll just make Biel as ito, napaka-interesting nung topic na to, Coach Ferdy, kasi alam naman natin that most of the student o mga tinuturuan natin ay mga kabataan.
So, Biel?
Let's just look for Biel. I think Biel's already here, no? Ay, there you go.
Yes, he is here. Nag-comment na siya sa chat box. I'm here po, Coach. Yan.
There you go. Okay. There you go. Biel, you can turn on your microphone. I think the video's not working. I'm not sure because very short. Tama ba, Sir Mark?
Yes, Coach.
Okay, with regards to video. But I think it's okay because we can take this opportunity to interview Biel Suarez. Kilalang-kilala natin yung batang to, Coach Ferdy, with his work sa ating club ngayon, no? We're just gonna find ways to share also the video na sinend sa atin ni Biel. But Biel, can you make some introduction about yourself pa ating mga nanonood for this topic?
Yes, Coach. Hello, everyone. I'm Biel Suarez. I am a former player in the United South Floorball Club in high school. I've been playing since I was grade 10. I started when I was grade 10. And now I'm still involved with the club, and I'm also involved in some PFA activities.
Thank you, Biel, for the introduction. By the way, for the benefit of everyone, Biel, he's studying in Canada, but he's in the Philippines right now. But the good thing about this teen, no? Hindi na nga teen medyo adult na rin si Biel, no? But even nasa Canada si Biel, he's very much active with all the activities of our club. But I just want to go back, Biel, to the days wherein you are still playing. What made you decide to join floorball? There are a lot of sports. Sa Lasal Sobel ka nag-aaral. Maraming sports na ino-offer, opportunities. But why do you decided to take floorball as one of your as your sport interest sa school nung ikaw ay nag-aaral?
In all honesty, Coach, I've tried so many sports in Zobel. You know, Zobel's a famous school for athletes. There's a lot of sports. They offer basketball, swimming, badminton, tennis, all that. But in reality, parang I felt kind of left behind because I joined mga you know how kids are really introduced to sports at a very young age. Mga grade school na sila, they join. And their parents take them through that. My parents encouraged me to go, pero it never went to anything more than say me going to their summer camp. I never pursued it past their summer trainings.
Yes,
Okay.
Biel.
So,
go ahead, Coach Ferdy.
So, Biel, hi. Hope all is
Hello,
well with you
Coach.
there. So, welcome back sa Philippines. Okay. So, Biel, you told us that because the reason why you entered the floorball is because sabi mo parang nale-left behind ka. Okay? So, given that statement, no, kamusta naman when you started playing floorball? Ano ba? Para bang talagang kamusta yung playing time, no? Kamusta yung practices, yung mga ganon. Sige, kwento mo naman sa amin.
Well, practice for me, it was kasi club activity. It wasn't only after school sport like the previous sports that I mentioned. When I joined, and why I joined was because my friends, were interested, or were already joined, and I decided, I need something to do. I need something to keep me active, so I should probably join the sport. And the level of play that I entered is really, say grade school, maybe something around like that. Because which is par for the course naman, since floorball's a really new sport here in the Philippines. No one really knows about it. And for trainings, we'd always do drills, but we would never have say high level competition. Like we wouldn't have game simulations. We wouldn't have that because we're constrained for time. We don't have enough people. We don't have the space. And that changed naman po when we started to compete in the Philippine Floorball League.
Yeah, and gusto ko rin malaman, Coach Ferdy, kay Biel. Siyempre, hindi naman lingid sa kalaman na isa to talaga sa mga parang achievement ko, itong batang to as a coach, no? Biel, as an athlete during your high school years, no? Ano yung masasabi mo that you think the most difficult time as a floorball athlete, and what's the best thing na na-experience mo?
Difficult time, I would say na seeing the men's division. Kasi when I was playing, I would compete in the under 17 division and then the men's division. That was like our postseason. Kasi bata pa kami, we wouldn't that's not the season we trained for. So when I was in the men's division, playing as like a 17-year-old, 18-year-old, or even 16-year-old for that matter, I did play at that age. I could see na I have a long way to go and I have a long way to build myself up pa. So, seeing the best of the best in the Philippines, in the country right now, that really pushed me to think na it's, there's something more I can do. Not only for me, but also for my peers, my friends who I made in the team, and then also my family also were very supportive of me, of finally finding a sport that I found myself comfortable in. So seeing the men's division talaga, I could see also like yung mga my seniors in that division were Coach Ferds and Coach JR and many other coaches who are present here today, and I could see their hard work and what they their level of play, and maybe I was being I believe I'm being optimistic back then by saying I want to be better, not only for me because I feel like at that very age I could tell na I wasn't the best player, so I believe we can be better. That's what I believe.
Okay, so Bill, sige coach, nakamute ka, Coach JR, kabit ka.
Coach Ferdy, go ahead.
Okay, so yun, given siguro dun, I will get that point that you've mentioned that you are not parang ang dating nung the message that you imply when you said you are not better is parang as a youth BL or as a part of the USFC, in playing floorball, can you say or masasabi mo ba na kailangan talagang very 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 expert ka or good ka to play these sports and maging member ng isang team?
I believe everyone has something to bring into the team, even if they're not good skill wise. So even like people who are, in senior high school in the Philippines, di ba may strands kami, STEM, ABM, UMS, A&D. I believe anyone, from a student's perspective, anyone from those backgrounds can bring something to the team. So for STEM, when they graduate, baka magiging sport physiologist sila. They can help with sports therapy, ganon. ABM, the business side of the club, handling funds, UMS, stuff like parang building relationships between the teams and clubs, and then A&B helping with the social media aspect of the team. I believe even back at that early age, we could ask anyone, hey, who wants to do this specific task? Who wants to help out in another way. You can volunteer in many different ways at team. So that's what I like.
So, okay, so Biel, parang you are saying that equal opportunity. Okay, when you play floorball, I'm not against other sports no kasi until now talaga naglalaro pa rin ako basketball, volleyball. Pero given this no kasi parang you are saying that even you are beginner, advanced or intermediate, may equal opportunity in playing time. Is that what you're saying to me, Biel? To us, Biel?
Yes, coach. It's not only when you're an athlete, when you join floorball, you're more than what you are on the court. But then when you're on the court, I believe you should bring everything that you are into it. So it's it's whatever you want it to be. It's whatever you need it to be for floorball. And I believe now it can be a really big sport here in the Philippines.
Wow, ganda ng sagot ni Biel no? Pero ito, Biel, I have a question. You mentioned that you started already around grade 10 already in floorball, right? What do you think will happen or what is there any changes sa iyong career sa floorball if you started earlier? Let's say 8 years old, 9 years old, when you have already like kilala mo na yung mga bata sa club natin, no? Like Jairus, no? And the others. What do you think will be your career or Biel? Who will be Biel just in case you started that early?
I think if I were earlier, the only difference would be my skills. My interest would still stay the same. My concerns would still stay the same. I'd still having been at that early age, I can only know what kids want, what they need through the help of say educators like many people here, and by asking what the kids want because it's very engaging for them. I even when I was still in La Salle Zobel, I could see na we had like our players span from our grade school until senior high school. There were a lot of people there with many different ages. And developing that interest is very important, and also getting the parents involved is very important because if you make it a family thing, the family will be invested. And I'm very fortunate now. My family really supported me during this time, and they still support me now. Pursuing floorball is something that I want to do. But yeah, I think if I started earlier, I'd just be better at the sport, honestly.
All right. And just to add something about it, nabanggit kasi kanina ni Biel is regarding your contribution to the team, right? We know that there are players who are very athletic, but I firmly believe that there are players who are leaders, and that's what I can say about Biel. His leadership as a team captain of the 17 under during his time is superb, which contributed a lot for them to own the championship during his days. But I have one more question. I don't know, Coach Ferdy, if you have another question, but this question, because I talked to your parents, Biel, and this is, I'm talking this way because I want the teachers, the parents, the athletes that we have right now to see the benefit of floorball, no, to human beings, to a youth, no. So what I would like to ask is that, Biel, you are in Canada, away from your family, you're studying on your own. Do you think floorball helped you a lot? Or what are the values that you get from floorball that help you to study by your own, live by your own? I know you're with your sister, but you don't have your parents there. That help you or contributed you to survive being a student outside the Philippines?
I think when I went there, because as you see in the video, parang the most I could get in floorball there, I was messaging on Instagram na who I could go to play. And malayo sila. So the least I could do, the least I could find was the scrimmage, weekly scrimmage mga every Sunday morning. And thanks to that, it kept me active. It kept my skills and senses sharp. It kept me. It was every Sunday. I always had an option to sleep in on a Sunday, and I chose not to because I wanted to play. I really like playing. And also the opportunity to go abroad and see how foreigners play, their level of floorball also in Canada, since it's a hockey primarily a hockey playing country. It's just on another level. I remember in scrimmage, there were people like well over my age. There was a father and son. I think the son was my age and the father was like over 50. And the father kept, breaking my ankles. And I was just amazed at how good, the level of play is even at that age. And, they kept my skills sharp and I hope I kept theirs too. And, being a student abroad, I don't know anyone. When I got there, I didn't know anyone, I was still finding my way around socially there. Floorball was something. I never saw it as something that held me back, but something for me to come back to when I go home. So it's more than just a memory for me in high school or anything like that. And I really cherish it for that. But seeing as I likened myself in Canada, going to Canada, to floorball here in the Philippines, where I had to build myself up, from the ground, just so that I can navigate my way there.
Okay.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you, Biel. Your life as or a member of the club of United South Floorball Club and also Philippine Floorball Association is a testimony that floorball is something that can make or change someone to be better. Thank you, Biel. Coach Ferdy?
Okay, so Biel, ito, merong chat-in question, okay, coming from one of your coach din as well, Coach Marvin, no? Meron siyang tanong, no? Is there a time that you wanted to quit playing floorball? Dumating ba yan?
Me wanting to quit floorball. It never, parang the desire to quit never crossed my mind, but then the option, it's not the desire, it's parang the option or like to quit always was there, especially me going into senior high school. I had to study for CETs, for UPUSD, Taft, Ateneo. That I knew now, talking to people older than me, that you really need to take time away. And I decided not to do that because I never saw floorball as a distraction. It's not something that I want to let go of just so that I can focus on something that people think are more important. Because to me, floorball is important as well, and I never wanted to be anything less than that. That's why wanting to quit never crossed my mind. It's just that the only time na parang I wanted to stop was during training, just the rest. I always needed the most desire for me to quit I was only needing to rest. That's it.
All right. Thank you, Vel. I think I've got already all the, words that can best describe the impact of floorball to a Filipino youth. And we look forward to create more Biel here in the Philippines through all those people watching with us. All right. Don't worry, Biel, because we're gonna featuring the recorded video that you created in our page in our social media, so that it's a very useful tool to let others know that floorball can make impact or change lives. Coach Ferdy, let's award the certificate to Biel.
Okay. Okay, so certificate of appreciation is hereby awarded to Gabriel Alfonso Suarez for generously sharing his expertise as a resource speaker during the PFA and OneFISED.ph virtual Floorball Conference 2022 via OneFISED YouTube channel and Zoom, awarded this 16th day of July 2022. Signed, J.R. Liana Biterbo, PFA Education and Development Committee Chair, and Rochelle Joy Balares, PFA Secretary General. Congratulations, Biel, and thank you.
Thank you, coaches.
All right. Thank you,
All right.
Biel. Okay. So now at this point, we can proceed to our next speaker, we'll also requesting the help of Ms. Che Balares to present the slide. Okay. Coach Ferdy, do the honor
Okay.
to introduce our next speaker.
Okay, Coach. So for our sixth speaker, let us welcome Mr. Noel Alm Johansson, the head coach of our men's and women's national team, to deliver the topic Floorball Development Program in the perspective of an elite European floorball club. Welcome, Mr. Noel.
Okay, I think Miss Che will be sharing the presentation now. By the way, we would like to say thank you, of course, to Coach Noel for his hard work helping the national team for the past tournaments. I think it's there already, Coach Ferdy. Let's listen to this presentation. Okay. While we are waiting, I think they're still fixing the presentation, right, Coach Ferdy?
Yes,
No,
yes, yes.
if you will see, Coach Ferdy, nakakatuwa, no, na yung kasi why I invited Biel in this conference, because he's the one who asked me to what will be happening since the restrictions are, medyo maluwag na, no. He wanted really to train, and their family sponsored the training of USFC. So nakakatuwa talaga.
Tsaka it's good to know that the sports, no, aside from the coaches, aside from us, Coach JR, okay, the sports itself has a great impact to Biel. No,
Yeah,
talagang like yung
definitely.
sagot niya kanina, his answer like floorball for me is not a distraction. So, di
Ganda, no?
ba? Ang
Sarap
ganda,
pakinggan.
ang sarap pakinggan.
Yes.
Tsaka, yes, yes. So,
I think
okay.
we're ready for the next presentation. You can now present the presentation, Miss Che. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Noel Alm Johansson, national team head coach for the Philippines. My topic today is Floorball Development Program in the perspective of a European floorball club. So, my name is Noel Alm Johansson, and I am 52 years old. I was born in Quezon City on December 24th, 1969. When I was 6 weeks old, I was adopted by my Swedish parents. I have grown up in Uppsala, Sweden, and right now I work part-time as a teacher and part-time as a floorball coach, and also sport manager in Storvreta IBK. My main subject as a teacher is mathematics and science for students between 10 and 15 years old. I have two sons. Melvin is 19 years old and play floorball in Hagunda, the highest league in Sweden. And Wilmer is 17 years old and he is studying the last year of a media program. I started playing floorball at the age of 17, mostly as a complement to other sports. Since 1988, I have been playing floorball at many different levels. But my coaching began in 1992 but as a more professional coach, I would say since 2004. As a coach, I have had the opportunity to train one of the best teams in Sweden, KAIS Mora women's team, and I also was a part of the coaching staff in Storvreta IBK men's team. I have experienced 1 gold in the Swedish Super Final and 1 gold in the Champions Cup 2015, among others. I have also collected over the years 300 SSL games. In June 2017, I received a call from Peter Eriksson. He wondered if I could record a video greeting to the Philippine Floorball national team that would play in Asian Championships, AOFC Cup in Bangkok. After a long conversation about my time in Mora, Peter's hometown, Asian floorball development, and what it is like to live in the Philippines, a growing dream for me came true. Since 2017, I have had the chance to experience 10 tournaments with the Philippine national team and a number of training camps. In June 2017, on this slide you can see 3 different periods. This is all floorball clubs I have had a chance to be a part of. My first club was called Ekeby IBK. This was a time that this sport was not accepted. We formed the sport and the club. In that time we were 15 students, 16 to 18 years old, and during this period we had to open many doors. It was very difficult to get hold of training times, but when floorball in Uppsala got its own floorball arena, it really took off. I have worked as a coach in many different clubs with different assignments. Among other things, I have worked as an association developer, both as a chairman and sport manager. Above all, I have devoted myself to leadership, and through this commitment I have had assignments where I have been responsible for player development. During the first 12 years, I gathered many different skills by surrounding myself with very good people in different parts of training and leadership. Together with different coaches, we tested and developed different game systems. During my period in Stenhagen, we created a training culture where we taught the players that the crucial difference to develop as a player is that the players must take great responsibility for their training. It was important to me that we invested in the player's total training environment. We looked at the entire player's life situation and put together a service team where they took care of washing training clothes, food in connection with the training, conversation and meetings with the players all the time, and helped them with homework and supported them almost 24/7. So the focus for the player was only to develop in the training. There would be no excuses. I took this overall responsibility with me to KAIS Mora. There we also added expert coaches such as mental coach, tactical coach for defense and for our offense and special teams. In Storvreta, we built a junior academy with foundation from Stenhagen and KAIS Mora. In addition to service team and special coaches, we also focus on analysis. In the player analysis system, we worked a lot with video, and then each player got the individual program. Most major clubs in Sweden base their player development on the CU model. It is developed by the Swedish Floorball Association, and the coaching education program are based on the model. The green level is about meeting a new sport through the joy of moment, and it's 6 to 9 years. The blue level is about learning to train and learn the skills in the floorball. The red level is about what you have to train to develop in floorball. And the black level is about training to compete. This is where the elite thinking begins. At the orange level, it is about the elite level, both nationally and internationally. The model also has a purple level. There we find grassroots and the players that play only for fun and not so interested to compete. Here we also found new leaders and coaches. The Svensson model is a result of many years of experience at the National Floorball Gymnasium in Umeå, as well as an analysis from the Women's World Cup in Västerås 2009. The idea of the model is that it should be used as an analyze tool for the club and thereby find out what needs to be focused on. Above all, the model shows what is important to develop first, so that you start from the ground and build up. However, it is important to understand that the individual parts of the model should not be seen as an isolated parts, but that everything is connected. The model can be used for an entire association as well as for an individual team. First, you have the platform. The platform is the basic for an association or team to function and achieve development. It includes factors such as organization, environment, culture, economics, training and relationship. And then it is the person. This level focused on individual and team-related mental parts such as motivation, self-esteem, and ambitions. Next level, the athlete. This level includes the physical skills such as endurance, strength, and mobility. The floorball player. The floorball player includes individual qualities such as technical ability and understanding the game and tactical training. Next level is the game system. This level includes the playing philosophy with attack and defense strategies. And last, at the top, the high performance. The high performance include games in different fixed situations, coaching, and important player performance. The two models interact with each other. The green level is about the person and the joy of movement, but it also comes down to learning how to train. The next level is the blue, where you continue to build on knowledge of how to train, but also a large part is spent on what you train. At the red level, it is very much about developing and understanding the training and which training gives a good effect. The black level is about training specific parts that can be crucial in the games. At this level, it is already elite. The last level is about elite and the national team level. Here you work with the game system fully and the role for each player in the team is specific. It is very important that when developing a player, you always need to put the player's individual development in a context where the player is a part of a team. This means that the team's development is at least as important as the individual development, and as a coach, you need to understand what phases a group goes through during the season. The FIRO theory provides the basis for understanding how to develop sustainable, high-trust, collaborative relationships. It is 3 phases. Phase 1, the player asks many questions to get confirmation and support. And in phase 2, the player is afraid of asking questions, scared of losing the position in the group. And the third phase, the player is not afraid to ask questions, express their opinions and discuss to find better solution. In phase 1, conclusion, the coach is an administrator and the leader. Here is direct instructions and the leader sets the bar. And the question is for the players, am I allowed on board? Or what rules is for the team and norms for our team and so on. In phase 2, in FIRO model, the control, the players needs to find the role and marks the position in the group. Question is, am I competent enough? How much influence will I have? And so on. In phase 3, the coach in charge is the accepted leader. The team is the most important, and everybody is accepted. For me, in Storvreta, I use 4 levels when it comes to working with the group dynamics. The first level is where the player's role in the team is in focus. And the next level is that the player put themselves in focus before the team. The third level is when the team is before yourself. And the fourth level, there is when the goal is in the focus. Project Eagle. In Storvreta, we are developing a way of working process that we call Project Eagle. It is a way of working where we also have the CEO model as a basis for how we want to develop the players. The working method will be Storvreta's common platform, from the youngest players to our elite teams. It is important for us to be able to explain to the players and the coaches what the meaning of this symbol and the way it works. Many leaders of the younger teams are parents with little experience of being leaders in floorball. So we call the green part of the eagle born eagle. This is where the interest and joy of the sport is born. The next level is about starting to learn the sport, learning to fly. The red level is the heart and the body. Here the eagle will learn how to hunt. Here you develop into a floorball player and you learn to compete. And at the black level, you are a hunter. We train to be able to compete. And at the yellow level, you are a full-grown eagle with all the abilities required for elite level. But for us in Storvreta, it is also just as important that we have players who do not want to compete, but instead want to play floorball as an exercise sport and maybe instead want to become a leader or a coach. We think this part of the model has a big role. Otherwise, the club will not develop and we will fly around in circles instead. Four years ago, Storvreta's junior teams were a fairly dormant environment. It was many years ago that the juniors stepped up in the club's A team, and the junior team was far down in the in the leagues, and the club had difficulty to recruiting players. But in 2017, I got the opportunity to build a junior academy in Storvreta IBK. And during the first 2 years, we made a dramatic change. We started training a lot and start to create a training culture. The first thing we did was talking to the players about two things: ambition and character. And we want the players to really understand that the ambition and the personality was the way to succeed and develop. So we told the players and the team at the beginning of the next season that we will build a training culture, and that's gonna be like 8 to 10 hours a week, 45 to 50 weeks per season. And the training will be 1.5 hours to 2 hours, no longer than 90 minutes of floorball and then 1 hour of physical training. So then we told the players to talk about what is a talent. And now I want you to talk to each other for 3 or 4 minutes and try to answer what a talent is. So, what is a talent? Well, here is an example. Let's say we have a scale 1 to 5, and we have predisposition or a talent, okay? And then we have the training environment in a scale of 1 to 5. 5 is the best. And you put this together, and then you have the ambition and the character. So for the player number 1 there, she or he has really good talent, a 4. And also the training environment is really good. The player has a lot of support from back home, from family and so on, and from the club. But the ambition is like a 2. So it's 4 plus 4, and times 2. That's 16, right? The player number 2 has not that predisposition or a talent, but same environment. Maybe it's the same club, right? But the ambition is a 4. So it's time 4. So it's 6 times 4, and it's 24. So who has the better chance to develop? You can discuss this example if it's right or wrong. What's your opinion about ambition and character? So 4 years later, we are now in top 10 in Sweden as a junior team, and 15 players we will have in the women's team for this season. So now I will finish this PowerPoint with talking about XPS network. And the XPS network is a platform for communication with the players and with other coaches. And it is also a trainings library, and we use it also for analysis, and every player and coaches is in this platform. Here we can see the program, and in this platform we have all the communication with the players. It is a software where you message the players, and you can have one-way communication and also two-way communication, and also have a group of players or the whole team. You can communicate at the same time. So there is the message. Here is the part in XPS where we have our schedule and plan the training. The coaches can plan and put up in the calendar the training and all the exercises. And also the players can, in the low season, for example, they can put up their schedule individual also. And the coaches can follow the training, and the coach will know because the players will mark when the training is done. In XPS we have collections, and here the players and other coaches can see all the drills, all the exercises. It's like over 200 and 300 exercises that we have filmed and put up in the collections. So here you can choose a drill and put a program together from the collections. This is where we analyze the games. We can analyze our games and then put up clips, different clips to the players. We can send clips to the players individual, or we can have like theories gatherings and show the players important clips from the games, and we can also analyze and scouting our opponents, and then we can also send out the clips for the players to be prepared for the games. It is also in the collections a big library for exercises for goalkeepers, and I think we have like 150 different clips for the goalkeepers. So this was this. To summarize this PowerPoint, so it was first how to develop players in different models. We use a little bit of all CEO model, Svensson model, and the Firo model, and we put it together in Project Eagle. And then also I talked a little bit about our junior academy and what is a talent. And at last, shortly, I explained our platform for communication and analysis with the players. Okay, so
okay,
I don't know if
I think the presentation is done in the there. Coach Noel, are you here? Okay. There you go. I think that ends sums up the presentation. But personally, Coach Ferdy,
Mm-hmm.
since the topic is really interesting,
Mm-hmm.
we can really see how far we are compared to the process and the you know, the way they manage their floorball program in their club. And since Coach Noel's the national team head coach, and he have this a lot of experiences, I firmly believe that the topic that he made to share to us this afternoon will be something that can inspire us, for us also to help our floorball clubs here in the Philippines. Coach Noel, if you would like to add something to the presentation a while ago, you may. Hopefully, your audio and your connection's good. Yeah, Coach Noel signified that he's there, but yeah.
I think he's on mute, Coach. Maybe if we can
Yes, sir.
give him. Ah, yeah, it's there.
Now I'm here.
There you go. Hi,
There
Coach
you go. Hi,
Noel.
Can
Coach
you
Welcome.
Noel.
hear me?
Yes.
Hi, hi. Really good to see you. I'm grateful that I was invited. I hope my topic could help something. And if you have questions, I think just take and answer as soon as I can.
Yes, definitely, Coach Noel. If there will be some questions that we will see here, do best to give it to you so that we can get also answers. How about you, Coach Ferdy? How do you find the presentation of Coach Noel?
Based from the presentation, no, the system is they're very systematic.
Yeah,
No, they even
agree with
have
you.
those the network system wherein they can give analysis. Okay, they can give inputs and insights, and even the players, no, they can give parang they're open to contribute in the system kasi they have in the training process they're given a chance to to parang to answer some questions, to give their own program, things like that. So collaborative, coach. Collaborative. The
Yes,
approach
that's
is
definitely what
collaborative.
I've seen also.
Mm.
Yeah,
Yes,
so
and
definitely, you may speak.
uh, I'm so sorry that I have bad connections for the
We
internet.
understand. We understand.
Yeah, but hopefully text me if there is any. This is the software that's for us is really good when the players is apart in different location also, and then we can have the same platform, especially now for us when it's low season and everybody is abroad or away for holidays, and we can still connect with the players.
I can see that the software is really useful. Hopefully we can have another specific for that, because that will be for the coaches and the clubs, the players here in the Philippines, for them to utilize features of it. Coach Ferdy, do the honor to award the certificate now.
Okay. So the certificate of appreciation is hereby awarded to Mr. Noel Alm Johansson for generously sharing his expertise as a resource speaker during the PFA and OneFISED.ph Virtual Floorball Conference 2022 via OneFISED YouTube channel and Zoom, awarded this 16th day of July 2022. Signed, Mr. J.R. Liana Viterbo, PFA Education and Development Committee Chair, and Ms. Rochelle Joy Balares, PFA Secretary General. Thank you very much, Sir Noel or Coach Noel.
Thank you, Coach Noel. It's an honor for you, for us to be here in this conference. Okay, we are down to our last two session speakers. Now let's welcome Ms. Jade Rivera, our very own team captain, of course, of the Philippine Women's National Team, to deliver the topic about, of course, to the team she belongs, the Philippine Women's National Team. Good afternoon and welcome, Jade, here in
Welcome,
the
Jade.
conference.
Hi, everybody.
Yes, we
Hold on,
hear
let me
you.
share my screen. Hold on, po. Yep. Okay, yeah, thank you for having me here. And it's so far it has all been insightful and great presentation by all the speakers. So yeah, I'm here as the national captain. So how I'll be segmenting my presentation will be a short introduction on me, how the national women's team have been progressing over the years, and how do we want to raise the bar in my perspective. Okay. Okay, so let's start. Yeah, you guys can see my presentation po.
Yes, Jade, we can see
sige
it
po.
already.
Okay po. All right, so the first question is, who am I? They have introduced me as the team captain for the women's team, but just a bit more background so that you guys can better understand me as a speaker as well. Okay, so I'm a sports science graduate from NTU in Singapore with a minor in psychology. Right now, I am in a sports company. In terms of my position, I am a head of Learn to Swim. So what I do over there is I'm a swim coach, both for the Learn to Swim and junior competitive squads. I'm also a curriculum developer, and I'm a the trainer. So ako po yung nag-train sa mga coaches namin. So yeah, that's what I'm doing in terms of my job. And yeah, I'm the captain of the women's team for about 3 years now. So this photo was taken in the recent AOFC in 2022 of May. All right, so yeah, I'm just adding photos here so that you guys can see like how we have also progressed as a team in the women's team. Right, so this was my first big game as the captain of the team. This was in the 2019 SEA Games held in Philippines, and what a crowd, right? So even if many of the spectators don't really understand what the sport was, but they have always been cheering, supporting, and it's always full house for all our games. And it was really an honor for me to be the captain or the leader for the team in this competition. All right, and this is us, the team, in the recent AOFC held in Singapore in May. A little more background about me in terms of my sporting journey. Contrary to my other peers, so yeah, I think I didn't mention I'm based in Singapore, but I was born in Philippines, right? So I started playing floorball at the age of 16, and the story of how I started floorball it's pretty interesting, I would say. Prior to doing floorball, I was a dancer and I played table tennis. Right, so how I started to do floorball was the table tennis training ground is just underneath the floorball hall, and I wanted something more tiring and physical, and I've always been passing by the sports hall. So I one fine day I just inquired. They did some physical tests on me, and yeah, that was how my journey as a floorballer started. Yeah, so I was a dancer and a table tennis peddler before that, and I joined at a pretty late age, considering 16 years old. Currently, I am playing for our local league. It's called Lito FC. This is one of the highest division in Singapore. So most of, or maybe all of the national team players are playing the highest league, especially for one of the strongest competitors here in Asia, which is Singapore. So right now they are one of the top in the women's category in Asia. and I have the privilege of playing against some of the national team players because they are my teammates as well in my club. So that's been fun for me. Other things or other background about me is, yes, so my club in Singapore, we won the championships back in 2018. So we were dry in medals or the podium finish for a while, and finally we got the gold cookie. So that's good. So I think some of you may not know how I got introduced to the national team. It was back in 2014, right? So it's like, you're in Singapore, so how did you play for the Philippines, right? Especially if the sport at that point wasn't as popular in Philippines compared to Singapore. So I got introduced to the team by my coach. He is my first ever coach. His name is Coach Ngasti. So when Philippines came to Singapore in 2014 for the Southeast Asian Floorball Championships or Floorball Cup, my coach told me that, hey, there's a Philippine team like playing. I can introduce you to them, but they have to see you play, and then from there we'll see whether you can play for the team. So yeah, I managed to play for the women's team. This was our first ever international match, and it was in Singapore. There were 4 teams competing in this competition at that point, which was Philippines, of course, Singapore, Indonesia, and Malaysia. And because the sport was just starting in Philippines, we placed last, but the experience was still really memorable because everybody was so accepting of me. I was the newest in the team, and they were so fun to be with, and that is what I really call a team sport. Yeah, I really love team sports. So more pictures, so you can see I matured in terms of my face, a little chubby over there. Yeah, so the person in the blue headband is me. The next one, I'll be talking more about the progress in the national team. Okay, like how we have improved over the years since 2014, or maybe since the inception of the sport in Philippines. Yep, so this was our second international competition. It was 4 years after the 2014 CFC. We had the 2018 AOFC. So yeah, 4 years was a long time. But that 4 years really made us gain newer players. Like we found out there were more Filipinos in Singapore, and they developed better players, or they developed more players back in Philippines. So we came back for our second international competition way stronger, and we placed 5th out of 8 countries. Yeah, so it was a big step towards progress, because the first competition that we ever had, we were last in placing, and then we moved up to 5th out of 8. Okay. All right. So over the years, like after AOFC in 2018, we had the privilege of having a training camp in Sweden. And I really want to thank all the coaches and the management for making this happen. So people from Philippine base, Singapore base, we all managed to develop ourselves in one of the best countries in floorball, which is in Sweden. Yeah. So the learning points over here. So I wrote learning points. We realized that a lot of the European-based players are way bigger than us, of course, but we tried to compensate with our speed. Yeah. So it really made us change our playing style in a sense. Like even for me, the way that we play in Singapore is totally different from how they play it in Sweden. And likewise, of course, in Philippines, I'm pretty sure that the playing style is different, but what are the different points that we can take from one another? And that is how we will develop as a team, right? So yeah, the biggest takeaway from there is they are very physical, not in terms of fighting, but you can see that they really try to stay low, and they can nudge you a little bit because of their size. But it was a good challenge, and it was a good experience for all of us in the team. So following the development camp in Sweden, we had our first qualifiers in Thailand. So that was a big experience because we were playing with the big boys, you know, a lot of good players, a lot of good teams, specifically teams like Australia, of course, Singapore, they were all there. And it really made us more aware of what we are lacking in as a team. And from then on, we always just strive to get better. And of course, over here, 2019 SEA Games in Philippines, we placed 4th. It was, the truth is, like, I can say a lot of good stuff about being an athlete, but there are down days or there are down periods for us. I think the saddest point for me or in my journey in the national team was being 1 point shy away from the bronze medal in SEA Games, right? So we lost in overtime. Malaysia got the golden goal in, right? But of course, with every setback, there is a bounce. Like we bounce back from all these setbacks, right? So it's failure is the mother of success. That's all I have to say for that. And yeah, we had our first medal win in 2022 this year. We got 2nd place, and in one of the interviews after our game with Malaysia, we beat Malaysia, right? One of the interviewers asked me what was the recipe for the team's success, because you know we've been losing back then, or we weren't one of the stronger teams. And I told them that for most of us, we were present during the SEA Games in 2019, and it was really bitter for us to lose the bronze medal to Malaysia, especially in our home country in Philippines. So what can we do about that? Like especially during the 2022 AOFC game, and the only way to move on from that loss was to get back up, listen to the coaches, and play as one unit instead of playing as individual players. So I think that really helped us a lot in our win against Malaysia. Okay, good experience for many of us. Yep. So the next thing that I'll be sharing is more on how this will be my perspective of how we want to raise the bar in the national women's team. And I will be drawing some experiences from this as well, and I'll be sharing it with you guys. Okay, so this is the AOFC captain's photo shoot. Of course, in order to raise the bar in the national team, you have to play with and against the best, right? So we cannot avoid playing with the powerhouses in Asia at that point, right? So we have to play with and against in order for us to know what is our weaknesses, like what I've mentioned before, and how we want to move forward. Because if we can see that a team is more agile, okay, so that's the next thing that we would want to work on. So it's always step by step for us as a team and as individuals. So there's always the team goals, and then there's always individual goals. Friends from Filipinos all over the world, gaining new knowledge and game style. So yeah, the guy beside me is Lucas. He will be presenting later on. He's the men's national captain, and it's really good. Like we are all close friends, and seeing how the guys play, how they try to help the girls as well in our gameplays, really helped us step up our games. Because even sometimes, like after our tournaments, they'll be giving us advice or they will be encouraging us. So it's all good vibes, positive vibes, and yeah, like you can see Lucas over here, a very cheeky boy, but a cheeky guy, but he really helped me a lot in terms of my leadership and in terms of playing better in the sport as well. So yeah, like what I mentioned before, Filipinos from all over the world helping to raise the bar in the international scenes. And the recurring theme over here is what are some of the things that we can learn from them and some of the things that they can learn from us. So it's not just limited to the physical abilities, but also the social emotional abilities, right? Like I think I've mentioned this before last time to some of my teammates during the 2019 SEA Games, because it was a mixture of all of us from Singapore, Philippines, and Sweden. What I said was, there are certain players in the team who has great leadership or communicates very well. And this is something that player A can learn from, because maybe player A has very good technical abilities, but what she can learn from is how to communicate better within the team. Because we cannot win with just one good player or two good players. We need to be able to win as a unit. So yeah, the importance of sharing or learning the physical advantages of all our teammates, and also their characteristics and their personalities as well. Watching and understanding gameplay. So the two dudes over here, they are from Team Philippines. One is the goalkeeper and one is the defender. What I like to say is how we want to distinguish between a good and a great player is by being a thinking player. Like even during warm-ups, this is extended to even when I'm playing locally here in Singapore, is we don't want to just go through the motion. So whenever there are drills or warm-up, you can't just think of them as drills or warm-up. You have to think of them as, okay, yes, this is a drill, but I'm just gonna imagine opponents on court. So when you do the drill, the way that you move it will really be a big difference from how, as compared to when you're just going through the motion. So that's what I always tell my younger players or my junior players is, whenever coaches give you a drill, don't just think of it as a drill. Plot or include opponents inside the court, and then you do the drill. So that is one way for us to get better and how we can raise the bar. So yeah, like what do I do? I wrote it over here in the last line. What do I do when I watch games? And this is true. I'm not making this up. So whenever I watch like a game, especially for the men's game in 2022, back in June, I will screen record some of their famous plays, right? And then I'll practice it on court, and then I will even share it with my friends. Oh my gosh, we need to try this skill or this gameplay. Yeah, so you have to always vision it and then try it out on court, because there's no point if you just screen record and it's just there for memories or keepsake, So yeah, be a thinking player, and that is how we can also progress as a national team. So there are how do we train despite resource challenges? I'm sure wherever we are based, there will be constraints, there will be challenges posed to us, but how can we bounce back or overcome all these obstacles? So even so the picture over here are the players based in Singapore, right? Even if we're based in Singapore, there are challenges that we faced. So one of the things that I would like to share as an athlete is how we don't get priority over venues, because the venues are always given to, of course, the Singapore national players instead of national players from other countries. So the guy beside me, his name is Jen Mark. He is our local based or Singapore-based national coach. So he really communicates a lot with Coach Noel, our head coach, and Coach Frederick, the assistant coach. So yeah, like for us is, sometimes we don't get the biggest court, because ideally we would like to get the court that is similar to the ones being used in tournaments, but sometimes you can't get that because they prioritize it. They give priority to, of course, the Singapore players. So what we will do is we will just book a smaller court, because that's the only thing that's being given to us. Similarly for physical conditioning or going to a stadium to do our interval runs, we are not being given priority over, of course, and it's understandable. But what Genmark always tried to tell us, or what Coach Genmark always tried to tell us, is regardless of whatever they give us, we still need to make the best of what we have, because there are other countries who are facing more constraints or more challenges than us. So we are not, I don't think we are in a position to complain, because we are still quite privileged, especially in Singapore, where right now the COVID restrictions is more relaxed, right? To be the best, we have to train and behave like one. And this is definitely a learning journey for many of us. So we have young players, we have older players, and some of them, maybe this might be their first tournament and they don't know how to react to it or how to behave. And that is up to, of course, the team and the coaches to help educate, so that, whenever, as long as you try to behave like one, like the best player, sometimes it will come out in terms of your actions, right? So unique experiences here in the recent games. So I'm not sure if you guys have read some maybe interviews or heard or listened to some interviews about our experiences in the AOFC 2022. The biggest thing that happened for the team towards our placement match or our medal match was that we were struck with COVID. And it was 8 players, 8 of us, including me, who was, that we got COVID. And it was really, really tough on us because we do have players who flew all the way in to Singapore using their own expenses, and then they cannot play for the last game because of COVID. And that's really sad. Even for myself, I was pretty upset, not pretty, I was heartbroken, I was shattered because I was doing so well in the games. But the placement match, especially the last 2 matches for me, it was really, really difficult because I had COVID. And the team had to fly in reserve players in. We had to change the positions that everybody is playing. And this is like a true example of behaving like the best, because despite us being down with COVID, about 8 of us, we still managed to try and give our best on court. Even though we won second, but it's a silver medal that I am willing to take anytime, any day. And of course, because it's our first medal placing. So it was good to see girls step up a lot, because I was the captain at that point, and with me being down, somebody has to step up. And one of my players, her name is Angelica. She stepped up to be the captain. I understood that it's really difficult to lead a team, but she did well. So this is all about how we train and behave like the best despite all the obstacles that's being thrown at us. Over here, this is the picture from the 2019 SEA Games. The importance of everyone in the team, regardless of position of role or role. What I mean by this is, in any sport, there's always selections, right? Selections to get in, for example, top 20 players to get in the team, right? But even if you get into the top 20 players, sometimes you will have to be benched. You're not gonna be the ones who are always on court playing. So over here, we emphasize the importance of everybody, regardless of whether they are sitting on the bench for some of the periods, right? But you can see that despite that, they're always cheering their hardest and loudest. And it's not as if people will say like, oh, Jade, but you've never experienced being benched before. I would like to say that I have experienced being benched in my team, especially when I was in my university years. There were stronger and way faster players, and I was stubborn at that point, I would say, but I grew and I matured a bit more, a lot more, I would say. And yeah, that is one reason why we get to play on court. Sometimes we're just weaker at certain things, weaker in mentality, or maybe weaker in the physical aspect, but that is something that we have to reflect upon, so that we always try to fight to be on court. So always fight to be in the team and then fight to be on court. And yep, this photo, one of my favorites is the photos with all the coaches. So you see on the left is a photo with Coach Noel. The one in the middle beside me is Coach Genmark, who is based in Singapore. He's also the Singapore national team player, but he's coaching Philippines, helping to coach us. And the one on the right is Coach Frederick. So they have really played integral roles to our development. And I mean, yeah, I'm really thankful for how they have been conducting themselves in the national team and how they have been helping us players to develop and get better at our gameplay, because they are the coaches who really give a lot. Yeah, you know, like for example, recently I went over to Sweden early of this year and to just train, right? But the coaches, so Coach Frederick, Coach Noel, really like just took me in. Yeah, gave me whatever I needed to survive in Sweden. So that was good. So you can really tell that the team is really close knit, and whoever is under the coaches is it's really truly an honor. The importance of one thing in the sport. What I mean by this is, like what I mentioned before, is how much you want to be in the team. Just a quick story. Yeah, so leading up to SEA Games, I was working, right? And in my line, it's really difficult and physically demanding because I'm a coach. So I have to be in the water sometimes coaching, right? And, you know, sometimes we have morning practice in Singapore, and then followed by me having my work. And then at night, we have another practice. So I've been doing that since 2018 up until now. Why I want to bring this story up is because one of the sisters, so let me just put the photo here. So, oh, she's not here, I think, yeah. But basically it's one of the Berdan sisters, and Pau, this is Pauline, the one in a black t-shirt, right? They joined my company as a swim coach, right? And I think after like 3-4 months in, they said to me, wow, Jade, I don't know how you did it in SEA Games, because coaching is physically tiring, traveling is physically tiring, but you're always there for the trainings, right? Even when, yeah, we have our physical conditioning, our court training, I'm always there. So I told them it's difficult. There are days where you feel like you don't want to continue anymore, right? Definitely as an athlete, you will have your ups and downs, but it's always how you bounce back from your downs. So for me, I really wanted to make to make the experience count and to really win it for the country, because I understand that, yeah, we haven't been winning back then, and it was really nice to see everybody's faces, like all the other countries see like, whoa, Philippines is really getting better. So it's even in the recent competition, they said that Philippines is a country to watch out for, and that was really nice. That was really a nice feeling to have, and it makes whatever sacrifices that we made more worth it. So yeah, I think maybe this is that's my last slide. So what I told the girls before I got COVID is something along this line. I told them, we leave everything out on the court. Okay, so when we look back or when we go back to the hotel to rest, you don't feel like crying. Because typically what happens when athletes go back to the hotel to recover, they start to cry, and usually or more often than not is because they regret not giving their all on court, right? So I told them, like, even if you make a mistake on court, as long as you try and get the ball back, okay, then in your mind you should have a peace of mind, because you said, okay, I lost the ball, but I tried my best to get it back, even if I did not manage to get it. Right. So that was my parting words for the girls actually when just before COVID struck me. Yeah, so they took it with them, and they really tried their best in the placement match. You can see that they were tired. If all the games are on YouTube, if you guys want to watch it, you can see that they're tired, but they pushed through. And like what I said earlier on, it's a silver medal that I will take any day over a gold medal. Yep. So that's the end of my presentation, po. Thank you.
Okay, very well said, Jade. I
Thank
know
you.
with what you presented at the beginning, you're a very busy person. Now, definitely it proves that even with your busy schedule, you can devote time, because what you've shared this afternoon, inspiration to part of the national team. And as an insight in your sharing, I can't believe that even you are there in Singapore, the kind of passion that you're showing for the Philippine national women's team is really, tremendous. It's really something that we should all be proud as an association here in the Philippines, the Philippine Floorball Association. That's why keep up the good work, and we look forward, like what you said a while ago, Philippine floorball team is something to watch out in the next tournaments here in Asia, and of course in the World Cup. So guys, in 2023 qualifications for women's floorball World Cup. How about you, Coach Ferdy? Any words to share?
The thing that I was inspired is that the point, when they are only given small spaces, but still they continue to practice. Ang nagustuhan ko, coach, is that what their coach said, whatever space they give us, the message is like, whatever the space given to you, make the most out of it. So even if it's a small space, continue on what you're doing, okay? And parang yung don't give up, perseverance. Yun yung message ng And that's very inspiring. Thank you, Jade.
Thank you, po.
Yes, it's the same we have here in the Philippines, so we know the feeling.
Yes, yeah.
All right.
The feeling is mutual.
Yes, the feeling is mutual. Okay, so Coach Ferdy, do the honor to present our humble certificate to Jade.
Okay, so this certificate of appreciation is hereby awarded to Ms. Jade Rivera for generously sharing his expertise as a resource speaker during the PFA and OneFISED.ph Virtual Floorball Conference 2022 via OneFISED YouTube channel and Zoom, awarded this 16th day of July 2022. Signed, J.R. Liana Viterbo, PFA Education and Development Committee Chair, and Ms. Rochelle Joy Balares, PFA Secretary General. Thank you, Ms. Jade.
Maraming salamat
Jade.
po. Thank you.
Yes, you are a hero to all of us. Yeah, sacrifices din talaga yan. So, thank you so much. Okay, Coach Ferdy.
Yes.
Okay. Of course, malapit na. We're about to end our conference, but of course, excited ako for this next or last speaker that we have. Therefore, hindi ko napapatagal. Wag na natin patagalin, Coach Ferdy. Introduce our next and last speaker.
Okay, so for our last session speaker, let's welcome Mr. Lucas Ojbal, team captain of the Philippine men's national team, to deliver the topic, of course, the Philippine men's national team. Welcome, Mr. Lucas.
Welcome, Lucas.
Hello, can you see me, guys?
Yes, I can hear you. There.
As you can see, I'm in the car right now. I'm not driving.
Go. This is you may now start the presentation, Lucas.
Okay, thank you very much. First of all, very honored to be a part of this Philippine Floorball Conference 2022, and very inspirational, even to hear you, Jade. No, just kidding. I love her. She's a really good person, a really good friend. But it's very interesting to see how far we've got due just for a few years. but we still have a long way to go. So yeah, my topic was the development of the men's national team. So yeah, I will start with, first of all, say thank you for getting invited, and thank you to the Philippine Floorball Association for all the work you have been done before and this far, and hopefully future on, and to all the coaching staff and my teammates, of course. So what will I start with? I will start with just a short presentation. I try to do it short presentation on myself. My name is now it's Lucas Oival, but some of you maybe know me as Lucas Oival Perez, because the Perez is my Filipino name. I am born or was born in the Philippines in 1988, so just a few years ago. And then I got adopted to Sweden when I was 1.5 years old. I was born in Mandaluyong, Metro Manila, so I'm a city kid. But now I've been living in Sweden since 1989 with my Swedish parents. And then right now I'm in the car with my family. It contains I have 2 sons. One is 7 years old. His name is Leo. He loves the whole Filipino floorball experience. And his middle name is Romel, so he has some heritage of the Filipino culture. And then we have our little son. He is 2.5 years old. His middle name is Laban, but we pronounce it different over here. We pronounce it like Laban. It's a toon character for kids. But when we are in the Philippines, we say Laban, of course. And then we have next to me, we have my lovely girlfriend, Matilda, who is the mother of my 2 kids. And they are also supporting us for what we are doing. And because they had to sacrifice a lot of it as well, because time and money and patience of all. So that was me. What about floorball? It's different from me as for Coach Noel, because I've been living in Sweden for almost like all my life. So I got in contact with floorball in a very early age. As most of the kids do, I've tried different sports. I've been playing football, I've been playing golf, and yeah, now I'm kind of into a sport named paddle tennis. It's like a light version of tennis. But I started to play organized floorball already back in 1994. So yeah, some years ago. So I've seen how the sport has grown, first of all, over here with all the new rules and how the way of the game should be played. And then I've seen on the later year on, of course, I've seen how the floorball have grown in the Philippines and Asia. And really excited and proud to have been a part of seeing this during all these years. I've been playing, as I said, since 1994, but then I was just a kid. I've been playing in different levels here in Sweden. Had a few seasons in the highest league, but didn't play so much. I was kind of young then. Now you call the league for the SSL, Swedish Super League, but then they call it like just Elitserien as a Swedish word for the highest league. Now I'm playing in a floorball team in Division 1 in Sweden. They call it Floorball Club Nyköping. And Nyköping is the name of the town where I'm living right now in Sweden. So last year I was playing while I was coaching, so it was a little bit different and difficult. Not the option, the best way to go, but yeah, we didn't have like any other options to do, so we did the best of it. And then I've also been coaching different floorball teams. I've been coaching girls, boys, men's, women's team. Both in school and in their regular clubs, of course. So I've been doing floorball, a lot of floorball in my life. I've also been coaching when you can choose a program, a floorball in school. So then I've been coaching them in school at the younger age. So that is what I've been doing. And I also, when I was younger, I tried to do some refereeing. And to be honest, that's actually something I think every floorball player should do, because you got a different perspective how how the first of all how the sports work, and you have a different perspective of the referee's view as well, because you can't see everything. And it's the same, because when you are like a field player, you cannot make every move, but sometimes you will not succeed. But the same way with a referee, as long as you do your best and try to keep up a good dialogue. So I think that's something everyone has to do. Try to referee the game, because it's not so easy as we might think sometimes. So I really shout out to you, Tata. Really good that you're doing your work back in the Philippines. So what is the? I don't have that, the fancy presentation, because I'm on vacation. I only got my phone, so I will try to do my best. But that's what I do. Try to do my best. What is the Philippine national team for me, and where it all started? To be honest, it was like just an ordinary day. I was at home just scrolling my social media, Twitter, and everything. And then I saw that I got a message from Mr. Peter Eriksson, Coach Peter. I think a lot of you know who Coach Peter is, but I didn't know him then. And he's like, "Hey, are you Filipino?" And I'm like, "Yeah." "Are you playing floorball?" "Yes, I play floorball. How come?" And then he told me that he was living in the Philippines, and he did his background story about how he was in Sweden, and he founded actually one of the founders of the biggest floorball team in Sweden, Kais Mora. And then he said he were living in Philippines and tried to had a mission to try to do the Philippine men's national team as good as we can be. So he asked me if I want to join and be a part of the journey, and I didn't have to think a lot of it. So I just, okay, I'm interested. So what next to do? The next thing, we were in a city in Sweden named Falun, where is reigning champions of the Swedish Super League is playing. Falun, of course, IBF Falun. And there was a really big tournament, both for seniors but also for youth teams. So we were there and had like a mixed team with a bunch of guys, Filipinos, who same as me, who look, "Hey, are you Filipino? Yeah, you too. Do you play floorball?" And the coaching staff with Coach Noel and Coach Frederick, and of course Sir Ralph Ramos, Mr. President. He was there as well. So we were there playing games and just try to embrace whatever this was. And later on that year, 2019, sorry, I forgot to say what year it was 2019. We played that tournament in Falun. And later on, that June, I think, we had the opportunity to play the AUFC Cup back in the Philippines, in Binyan, Laguna. And we were like, "Are we going? Can we go? And how about the passport and how to proceed?" My little guy is a little bit tired. Just a second. Sakutan. And then we said, "Okay, we agree. We're going for the AFC." So it was me, Christopher Holland is one of the team members, and they DJ Palinsad, one of the goalkeepers, and Russell Alido and Alexander Varand. We went down there to play floorball. And there was Ryan Halden, he flew, but not from from Sweden. He flew from Norway. So we've decided, okay, we go down. So we will try to book some tickets. And then was like this is a typical way of miscommunication. So we all was like sitting on the web page. Okay, are we clicking it? Yes, we do. And then okay, all 4 or 5 of us. Okay, we have our tickets. But the thing was that I flew with Qatar Airways and they flew with the Emirates. So I was all by myself all the way down to the Philippines, but it was okay. And they flew with the Emirates, and we saw each other with 1 hour's difference down there. So it is what it is. But it was kind of fun story. So from now on, if I'm in charge of the tickets, I will book it all by myself. So I know that everybody's going on the same flight. So for me, it was a really eye opener because I haven't been in the Philippines for a long while. Before 2019, I were in Philippines 2010. And as I mentioned before, I'm adopted, so I tried to find my birth parents or any relatives, but it's hard to find them. So we didn't manage that. But before I was adopted to Sweden, I was living in a foster care or a foster family, and I got contact with them. So we had contact with them and met them up over in the Philippines. But just thank you. And I met. So now I'm back on track. So I met them up in the Philippines, but since then I haven't been in the Philippines until 2019. And we were there in Binyang Laguna. I have never been there before, but I really liked it. It was a really cool experience to meet a lot of the local guys, very warm-hearted guys. I really love and miss you all. I hope you're doing great wherever you are right now. And I share a lot of great memories with them. Some good, some bad, but mostly are good because it was so fun. And the Filipinos are so calm and very polite people. So I was trying to adapt to be a Filipino because I've been living in Sweden for all my life. So that is actually one of the biggest thing or the most important thing for me with the Filipino men's national team, to give something back to my birth country and to my family as well, especially my kids, because they're asking a lot and I don't know much, but for the latest 3 years I've been grown to more Filipino than I ever been. So for that I'm truly grateful. And I've said it before that I used to say that like I'm a coconut because I'm brown outside, but inside I've been white. But now this coconut is getting a little bit browner, so that's good actually. And the 2019 was a very special year. We actually claimed a bronze medal against South Korea in the final seconds against them in Binyan. So what I've heard, it was the first time that a Filipino floorball team ever had a medal. So really proud to be a part of that one. And it was like we had a lot of late buzzer goals. So, but fortunately we managed to claim the third place. So super proud and well done of you, all of you guys. And as Jade had mentioned before, very proud to be chosen as the team captain for the team. Thank you for letting me having that role. I try to do my best, and sometimes I always try to lead by example as well. But you sometimes you have to sacrifice, and sometimes you have to be the good guy, and sometimes you need to be the bad guy as well. But it is what leadership is, I think. And one of the best memories from Binyang Laguna was when the first game, the opening game against Team India. I've never played against another international team. I never played against that amount of the right display when they had the stick on the right side. So that was an experience. But for the game when we had the national anthem, one of my main goals before we went to the Philippines was to learn the lyrics for the national anthem, so I really could sing it. But when I was standing there next to Sir Marcos' wife, Mirma, when she sang the national anthem, it was so hard to control the emotions and just start to cry because it meant so much to me, because that mean it was real. So that's a huge difference just standing in the grandstand and just watching the game and singing it, because now we knew, okay, we're in the tournament, now we do this for real, and there's like no return. So thank you for letting us having that memory. We had, of course, as Jade mentioned before, we have a lot of ups and a lot of downs. SEA Games later on that year was one of the greatest, the coolest experience we ever had. When we had the opening ceremony in the Philippine Arena, it was that was mental. It was so cool. It was, life in a once time over there. And so proud and so cool to be a part of all the Filipino. Was so much joy. So it's that memory will stick with me for the rest of my life, of course. But we the day after we played our bronze medal game against Malaysia, and we got short handed. We got short about them, so we lost and ended up on the fourth place. And that was actually one of the toughest defeat I ever had, because we aimed for at least a medal, and we ended up fourth. So it was very tough to let that sink in. But it is what it is. So if you have a defeat, you have to raise up stronger, and I think we did it a lot. Because after 2019, the pandemic strikes all the world. So that is actually one of the biggest thing, because we had it a little bit different with lockdowns and so over here in Sweden. But thanks to the Philippine community, we had a chance to actually see each other sometimes, and had a few camps over here, and just say hi to each other, to all the players in the women and the men's team. So that made me focus and see the light in the tunnel. So thank you for being you guys. And I've been playing since 1994, and I had one way to see how floorball and sportsmanship works. But after being in Asia, I have learned that I love the way that the Asians are doing. After, when there is a game, there is a fight, and everybody could be angry or upset with each other. But after the games was just a game, and then we can just take this mixed photo. And actually, in the beginning, it was hard for me, because why, I don't want to be with that guy or girl. But now I think I really appreciate it, because it's kind of fun, because it makes memories. And one of the leading words that we always have in our team is to being humble, even if you're winning or even if you're losing. And maybe mostly if you are winning, you have to be a good winner as well. Be proud of what you've done, but you be proud of your thing, what you have done, and don't talk bad about the opponents, because then you're a bad winner. I think it's important because Coach Noel said that as well about being humble. It's important that when you're playing, you're not playing for the name on your back. You're playing for the flag on your chest, and that's very important because then you know that when when it was the pandemic, we had a chance to go for the World Cup in Helsinki, and we know that a lot of us, all the world was struggling, but we maybe had some chance to bring some joy to the Filipino floorball community. And over there in Finland, we claimed the first ever national victory over Singapore, and our first World Cup victory, of course, as well. So that was really really cool to beat the Singapore, because just 2 years earlier we lost with them against like 14-2 and had no chance, but now we beat them at the World Cup. So as Jade mentioned before, to see how our development has been from losing with 10 or more goals, and 2 years later we won against them, and that was a great feeling, and that feeling is the one that you keep on doing the process. We're not done yet, because our main first goal is to be the best team in Asia, but we are not there yet, because now we maybe challenged Singapore, but we haven't won over Team Thailand yet. So that is the first goal, and then the next goal might be to be the best team outside Europe. So we still have a far way to go, but we need to keep on waiting, keep on grinding to go further. And it won't be easy, but we have to do whatever we can. So that was my short thing about the floorball and the national men's team. So where are we now? As I said, we already claimed our first medal, and we claimed our first spot in the World Cup. And this time we did it by ourselves, so no one can say we didn't earn a spot. This World Cup will be played in Switzerland this November, I think. So we're really looking forward to be there and do everything we can for the Philippine colors. But why does floorball suits the Philippines? To be honest, in general, it's a sport about pace and scoring goals, and you don't need to be like super tall to get an adventure like in other sports. No names on those sports, but you maybe can use your imagination. And height, what about it? I'm kind of small, even back over there in Philippines. But um, I think in feet I am 5 feet 2.2 or something, but in centimeters is 158. But I know that I need to, even though I'm small, I need to be faster than my opponents and maybe tougher than my opponents, and I have to read the game better than my opponents to have a chance and keep that and use that as an advantage for me. And that is what I've been practicing for my life. When I do my personal practicing, I try to have a good stamina, I try to have a good pace, and I try to have a good handle with the ball, so I don't have to look at it all the time. So I can look up from the ball and see where my opponents and where my teammates are, so I can earn some time in that, because then it doesn't matter if the player is 2 meters high. It doesn't matter, because if I'm faster in head, I can still overplay him. So that was what I'm practicing: stamina, pace, and good ball control, so good vision for the game. So and then you don't to have a good stamina and pace and ball control, you don't have to actually need to go to a gym. You can do it if you have like 1.1 square meters or at home or somewhere. You can still practice with it at home. So that is my challenge to you back at home. Try to, if you have the opportunity to have a ball and your stick, try to dribble and just play with the ball, as we say here, because the better you get at it, you faster you will play with your head. And then the other things you can do, I know it's hot, but you can choose your times when you're doing your practice. We had like a great example for Candy. She is posting her training videos, and she's living back there in Philippines. So just keep up the good work as she do. So then we'll see when you have time for the gym. So do what you can without the gym or the team, and then you will be prepared when you meet other guys or girls. And I think we need to the next step for us. I think it's to make the sports grow bigger, both via by social media and other media of all. But we need to also claim medals and do good results. First of all, in Asia, and then maybe worldwide. But we have a responsibility as a national team member that we are role models and ambassadors for both our country and the sport as well. So what we do is affecting everything that maybe it will be the outcome later on, maybe that day or that year or whatever in the future. So try always be humble if you can and do your best. Because floorball is a team sport, and thanks to floorball, I've been known like a lot of new people that I think I haven't should have met if I didn't play floorball. Because a lot of my society is thanks to the floorball. I have managed a lot of new friends, and I consider like the Philippine Floorball Association as like part of my bigger family. Because as I mentioned before, I have been living in Sweden for all my life, but the latest years I become much more Filipino, and I'm trying to develop in that part and hoping to learn the Filipino language as well. It's hard, but I try to catch some phrases on and on. But that will be one of my main goals. But we are role models and we are ambassadors, and I think it's very, very, very important. And so we can do first of all ourselves proud and our country proud as well. So what is my dream with the Filipino floorball? It's kind of simple actually, because I live here in Sweden, and if anyone else asks me, so okay, yeah, Lucas, what is floorball for you? Or they like, sorry, why do you do the Philippine floorball thing? You're like you're old. I was like, yeah, I know, but there are still people that are younger and older than me, but the whole thing that you can see the development has been my flame that do that I want to continue, because my dream is if I go back to the Philippines in like maybe say 30 years, maybe 10 years, I don't know in what speed we will do it. Uh, and they like, okay, what are you doing? What sport? I'll say, oh, I'm playing floorball. And they just, oh, floorball. I just accept it and know what the sport is. So there will be like a regular sport down in the Philippines, like basketball or volleyball, instead of every time have to explain, oh, it's like an indoor sport. It's like ice hockey, but without the puck and with a ball instead. And when it's a field sport, so 5 field players, 1 goalkeeper, and they're like, so you're playing for the Philippines? Yes, okay, good luck then. So my dream is to be there on the grandstands and see the future Filipinos, florballistas, and playing and represent the Filipino in the best way as they can, and hopefully not just as the best team outside Europe, but one of the best teams in the world. If we can do that, I think we can do that. Then I think that is what I'm really, really hope for. But we will see. We will do our work from now and see what the outcome will be. And from that on, I would just say thank you, everything. Salamat sa suporta, and Laban Filipinas, and always take care, guys. And if you have any questions, I try to do my best to answer, even if it's here or if it's by messenger or anything. But just take care, and thank you so much for taking your time.
Okay, so thank you, uh, Lucas. Okay, so it's a very wonderful journey on your. Actually, both of the captains, no, they have a very wonderful journey when it comes to the sports. Okay, so uh, I hope I think Coach JR also have a dream with the same dream with you, Lucas. Na um, they if they ask about or if they will mention if we will mention something about floorball to other people, no, they will really be familiar or already know, no, kasi we have the same experience, eh. So what's your sport? Basketball. How about you, volleyball? How about you, floorball? So what's that? They say same reaction, same response. So I'm also like that, though. Maybe I explain every time. So this is like this, like that. So I hope that someday when we say when I respond, no, floorball. Oh yeah, that's good. That's a good sport. So things like that. Okay. How about Coach JR? How about you?
Yes, definitely, Coach Freddy, this kind of that we are doing with the help of all those speakers, the Jade, Lucas, who committed their time this afternoon despite of their busy schedule. Was Coach Noel there on their vacation, but still they managed to be here. All of these things that we are doing, maybe 3, 5 from now, football in the Philippines, even those regularly not that when they hear about this sport floorball, they can say something more about it. Of the recognitions and the achievements that the associations receiving right now. Also, our national team with their participation in different international tournaments.
Yes.
So once again, Lucas, thank you so much.
Thank you very
You have
much.
a very special place in our hearts here in Philippine Floorball Association. Same to you, Jade, for all those sacrifices. Let's admit that there are a lot of sacrifices. It's all worth it. Okay.
It's mutual.
Coach Ferdy.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Coach Ferdy, do the honor please to send the certificate to Lucas.
Okay, so certificate of appreciation is hereby awarded to Lucas Oichbal for generously sharing his expertise as a resource speaker during the PFA and OneFISED.ph Virtual Floorball Conference 2022 via OneFISED YouTube channel and Zoom. Awarded this 16th day of July 2022. Signed J.R. Viterbo, PFA Education and Development. And there's a gray, what's this? Miss Rochelle, okay, Malares. Kasi may
Malares,
nakaharang.
yeah.
Yeah, Malares. Secretary General. Okay, thank you once again, Lucas, for your time.
No, thank you guys for hosting this one. It was very inspirational, as I mentioned before. And I hope with this will be like a new kickstart, so we keep going the forward growth and go forward. I hope to see you in a kind of near future as well.
Yes. Okay.
Take care. Regards to
Take
the
care.
family. Okay, Coach. And hear me clearly, Coach Ferdy.
Coach.
Coach Ferdy, do you hear me?
Yes, Coach.
Sorry, it's raining here in Binyan. Yeah, Lucas, I'm living in Binyan, near to the venue where you played. All right, but anyway, again, ang bilis, right? We're just starting this program, then now we are here at the end. We just want to open this opportunity with the help of the members of the Philippine Floorball Association board members and committee chairs. If there are any questions that you would like to ask here, this is the perfect opportunity. We will try our best to answer your question. Have you seen any question, significant question? While you're scanning, Coach Freddy, I'll answer one of the questions that we see there a while ago in the chat box. Number one is that for the demonstration, yes, we're very much willing as long as you will coordinate with us Let's talk about it. Let's plan about it. And if possible, this is the plan as the committee chair for the one introducing floorball in different places around the country. We want to partner with the school, and if ever we can also invite schools near to you, because it's much better if you can have a small league within your community, within your province, within your city or municipality. Because it's hard if you're living if you're from Bicol, then you go and join in a tournament in Manila. It's a bit far. But what we want in PFA is for you to have your tournament in your province. All right, so that you can stand alone. And of course, if this sport will be included already in Batang Pinoy and Palarong Pambansa, we have your province or your area or your city will be well represented. Okay. Is there any question you've seen, Coach Freddy?
As per me, Coach, it's the same. We have the same questions. It's about the demonstration, the equipment, and everything. So I think I shared in the chat box the page of Philippine Floorball Association. They can send their questions there.
Yes.
And I think later it will be maybe we can, Coach, maybe we can flash the screen again, the contact, the Facebook page, or whatever social media we have, the contact number, so that the attendees can, especially those who are really interested, can have a screenshot of the contact, or where can they contact us.
Yeah, definitely, Coach Ferdy. And don't worry, because even if you can't see the social media or contact number here on your screen, don't worry, because we're gonna be communicating. Just make sure that you registered in this conference, or you will accomplish the evaluation later for you to get your certificate too. We have some inquiry here from Derek Regojos. Yes, we can have a collaboration if you would like to push through with programs like this to introduce floorball in your school, in nearby schools, in your area. Then we are very much willing to find a way, right? To find a way to visit your place, but let's plan about it so that it will be more meaningful and benefit. Okay. Again, if you have any questions, feel free to reach us via Facebook page of the Philippine Floorball Association, and we are very much willing to help. What do we have next here in our presentation before we proceed to? All right. Now, now let's call the
Okay.
Let's call Mr. Ralph Andrew Ramos.
Magandang araw sa ating lahat, to our speakers, guests, and participants. Good evening to everyone. As we come to an end to this Philippine Floorball Conference, I hope this event has really ignited our passion, hopefully hoping that this will jumpstart our continued work in developing and growing the sport of floorball here in the Philippines. As we all know, the past couple of years have been really tough, challenging. It's not struggling as everything is put into a halt, including floorball and other sporting activities. Back in 2019, we all know that we were at the, so to speak, at the peak of our growth development. At that time, we have had that really momentous event in successfully organizing and hosting two international events, namely the AOFC Cup for men in July in Laguna, and later that year, in 2019, we hosted, successfully organized the Southeast Asian Games held in Quezon City. And we are able to accomplish that thanks to the support and the work of our member clubs. So, all the volunteers, and the members, the players, teams who helped out in really building to prepare for organizing such a big event. But all of these things ay nahinto because of the pandemic, and it's really unfortunate that right now we are as if starting from scratch. No? But we know that it's not the case with this event, the Philippine Floorball Conference. We can see that really, we have we're able to sustain, somewhat the work of floorball and introducing floorball in the country. With this event, we're able to I hope that as participants we're able to see how floorball has been growing in the country, and the potential of the sport to really grow and be played in different places and regions in the country, which is the actual vision of the Philippine Floorball Association, that when we wish to see, we aim to see more and more clubs opening and forming, and playing floorball in different parts of the country, different regions, as we envision, our what we call the centerpiece program, which is the Philippine Floorball League. As we look forward to resuming our Philippine Floorball League, next season, we continue, getting back to work and really building our clubs, our teams, in preparation for the different tournaments and, of course, mainly the league. And we hope that as we strengthen our league, as we build more clubs, we'll be able to really grow the sport. For me personally, that's the barometer of success of the growth of the sport. And of course, as you know, with the recent successes of our national team, we are grateful to have some of our speakers, from our national team, our coaches, to our players, and sharing with you their experience. We hope that the performance of our national team will really be just a byproduct, of our local work, development here in the country. As we focus on the youth and spreading the sport for more children, more kids to learn how to play floorball, and eventually join and form their own clubs, be part of a club, here in the country. And we know that it's crucial, and that's the backbone of our association, our floorball clubs. Okay, so that's why it's important that we continue to build a holistic approach into helping developing these clubs. So that includes, of course, not only different events, tournaments that we organize, but of course, equally important are as we invest in developing our coaches as well as our referees. So as we had Tata, our head referee here in the PFA, we hope that to continue educating not only referees, but even the players and the teams, to learn about the rules of the game, the nature of the sport, and so that again to build and cultivate a healthy and strong floorball culture. Right? And we continue to maximize and strengthen our partnership, our collaboration with our friends, from the Pilipinas Floorball Nordic, for example, players from Singapore, right? So as we continue to build and strengthen the collaboration in working with local development, say for example, identifying clubs, bigger clubs in Europe or other countries where some of our national team players are in. So perhaps, as we know, one of the initial challenges, in forming, putting up a floorball club or team is the equipment. So by perhaps organizing a development project where we partner with a foreign club, say for example a club in Sweden or in Finland, where they could we can rally, some equipment drive, donation drive to send over, for example, some equipment, startup equipment, which we can share with our local teachers and coaches, and encourage them to start their own floorball team or club, in their respective community, right? So with this event, I hope that really made us excited, and we look forward to continue grow the sport of floorball, the wonderful sport of floorball here in the Philippines. And we know that we are able to do that, with your help, with the help of our teachers, coaches that we develop, the referees that we will have, the clubs, the teams, of course, the parents, the support we would need, including our partners, perhaps in some schools or in the local government units, in order to put more and more clubs, so that we can make floorball accessible to many, if not to all, and one day that we see floorball being one of the most played sport here in the Philippines. So with that, would like to extend my congratulations to the organizers of this Philippine Floorball Conference, of course to our head of the Education and Development Committee of the PFA, which is now actually the Education and Club Development Committee, headed by J.R. Viterbo and his team. I'd like to congratulate the organizers, and I wish to extend my thanksgiving and gratitude to all our speakers this afternoon. And we hope that this will be just the first, and looking forward to more floorball conference as we invite more and have more clubs, club representatives, only players, referees, coaches, joining this conference in the future, as we share our experiences and our knowledge into growing floorball in the Philippines. So I hope to see you in person, for the next conference, and looking forward to seeing our players, our teams, our clubs in our upcoming local events and tournaments that we are preparing for this year, in the coming, and in the next season. So with that, I'd like to again thank you everyone, to our participants. We hope that indeed this really give us excitement, positive influence in learning more about the sport, floorball, and hoping to grow your sport in the sport in your respective community. Thank you, everyone, and good evening.
All right. Thank you, Sir Coach Ralph.
Okay. Coach Ferdy, am I...
Okay, so Coach JR, I think before we conclude, I think there's a question. Siguro, I think it's good to answer this question. Regarding the flooring, when we talk about the venue or where you can play floorball. Just to share, in for Cavite Floorball Club, no, we play in a basketball court. We don't have any Taraflex there. Okay, as a plain smooth basketball court. Okay, we play there. Okay, so if you are really interested and you want to have some demo, yeah, so that you will really experience then. Okay, so I think Coach JR, may we have photo up ba? Or after the after the
Coach Ferdy, am I audible or not?
you are audible, Coach. We can hear you, Coach JR.
Yes, Coach. Yeah, thank you so much. Yes, while you can still hear me, I would like to take the opportunity, of course. Yeah, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the workforce of this 2022 people, Coach Ferdy, Coach Marvin, Coach Eddie, Coach Tata, Miss Che, and all those people, even if I will not be able to mention you. Thank you so much. This is just a beginning. This is just a beginning because we dream to give more opportunity for those who have passion and heart to be part of the Philippine Floorball Association family in your small or little way, by just having some intentions for this to be introduced in your respective schools or organizations or LGU. So thank you so much everyone for being with us this afternoon. More to come. And also, I just want to mention that we have a coaching course to be facilitated by Big Pond Enterprise in partnership with the Philippine Floorball Association this coming July 21 to 23 in Lyceum of the Philippines, Cavite. Therefore, if you are free, just contact us or contact OneFaceEd.page or Philippine Floorball Associations. We can forward you to the organizers of the event. Okay. Can we have some photo opportunity? May we request everyone to please, if it's possible, for you to turn on your camera for us to have some souvenir photo of this event. May I request also the help, Coach? Thank you also, Coach Mark. I forgot to mention you. You're very important in this event with your help. Okay. Can we take turn on our camera if it's possible? Coach Ferdy, am I audible?
Yes, Coach. Yes, Coach.
Yeah. I'm a bit laggy because it's heavily raining here in Binyan, but hopefully, Coach Ferdy, can you facilitate the this part of our program to have some photo souvenir?
Okay, wait. Okay, so there are 5 pages to, ha. So 5 clicks
Okay.
lang, 5 clicks, okay? Smile. Oh, wait, sorry.
Smile lang na smile.
Smile lang, wait lang ha. Wait lang. Okay, there. Okay, that's page 1. I'll send it to wait
Sir,
lang.
ano lang, pa-enable lang, parang mga merong nagsasabi, cannot open daw yung mga videos nila.
Ay, oo, tama. Sige. Wait lang ha. I'll repeat ha. Para lahat may
Sir
picture.
Mark, can you help us? You can start. There you
Ayan,
go. I think
now I can see them. Okay.
yan.
So
I
ulit
think naka-click.
ulit para din may
Ay.
souvenir. Ayan.
Sorry po.
Page 1, restart, smile. Okay, wait kasi ipipaste ko pa siya. Okay. Page 2 na, keep smiling lang. Ayan. 1, 2. Ayan. Good. Page 3. Ibang-iba talaga ngayon, no? Okay, page 3. Okay. Last two na lang, last two. Okay, page 4. Yan. Yung iba, hindi na rin nag-open. Pero sige, sama natin. Ando naman yung name nila. Ayan. Okay.
And with that,
Thank
we would
you.
like And with that, we are now sending here via chat box the link. Okay, please don't forget to accomplish this survey, this evaluation rather. Okay, so that we can get your feedback regarding our program. And we thank you for more than 100 people who stayed the entire
Yes,
duration of the
coach.
program. Hindi sila bigay. Imagine mo kung ang club lang to na 100 club na ma-open natin, Super League na talaga ang ating magiging
Yes,
Philippine
agree,
Floorball.
coach.
Kaya po, again, salamat. Maraming salamat. And see you po sa susunod pa nating mga programs here in PFA. Coach
Thank
Ferdy,
you, Coach.
can you check if nagre-reflect na sa inyo? Medyo lag talaga si Coach J at the moment.
Which one?
Nagre-reflect na ang link.
Yes, coach. Andyan na siya. Okay, so guys, click nyo na.
Kung hindi po kayo makapag-scan, yan.
Ayan.
Thank you,
Nasa
Coach.
chat box na.
If just in case hindi po ninyo ma-scan, nasa chat box na po ang ating mga link. There. Send ko na rin po sa mga nasa YouTube. Wait lang po. Maraming salamat po. We're about to close now the Zoom. See you po sa One Piece Head Dance Series next Saturday for a dance sport topic po. See you next week.
One.